Okay, so what do you think about that music? What do you think about the students from Vista del Lago High School? Can you hear me in the back? Can you hear me in the back? Hello? Again, this is the jazz combo from Vista del Lago High School, and they play under the direction of Mr. Corey Peters. Mr. Peters is here, so thank you for being here. And as you can see, you know, it's 3 students, but that is coming together and continue the music even after the classes, after school, and coming to special performances. They have been performing many times for different events. So they are committed to their music. They are really very artistic. So I think they deserve a big round of applause for being here this evening. And I just have to say, this is only 3 students. The jazz band and the entire music program at Vista del Lago High School is impressive. We were there last night. Was it last night? Yeah, well, last night we were there for the closing of the concert, and it was an amazing closing. So thank you so much for being here this evening. Okay. So this time, the Board of Education reconvenes into open session at 7:02 p.m. And before we move on to the next item on the agenda, I want to say thank you to all of you for being here. Thank you for being here, whether it is for a recognition, for just to get information, to join us this evening. Thank you to all the members of staff for different sites and different administrative offices for being here. I also want to thank my colleagues for being here, and the discussion we had upstairs was very great conversation. To the superintendent and his cabinet and the entire team and everyone that had anything to do for the preparation of this meeting. So thank you all again for being here. So we're going to move on with the agenda, and the first item is roll call, please.
Ashish Palike, student representative, present.
Daryl Peden, present.
Susan Smith, present.
Marcia Locke, present.
C.J. Johnson, present.
Jesus Holguin, present.
MARTINREX, KEDZIORA, present.
Robert Verdi, present.
Susanna Lopez, present.
Maribel Maddox, present.
Thank you. And earlier this evening, the Board of Education convened into closed session to discuss student discipline cases, public employee employment appointment, public employee discipline dismissal, release non-re-elects, conference with labor negotiator, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and settlement of claims. And I only have 1 item or 2 items to report out of closed session. and that is the denial of two claims. Claim number 573937, on a motion of Mrs. Smith, seconded by Mr. Johnson, in a vote of 5-0, claim number 573937 has been denied. And also on a motion from Dr. Locke, and seconded by Mrs. Smith, on a 5-0 vote, claim number 578598 has been denied. And those are the only items to report out of closed session. So at this time, the next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and we are going to have a student board representative from Vista del Lago High School, Ashish Palikey, leading us on the pledge, please.
Okay. Everyone, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for my inspiration. My quote today is by Thomas Edison, and he said, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration." I chose this quote because it's one of the philosophies that I use every day. With hard work and dedication, you could get anywhere in life. And I aspire to live by that quote. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that inspiration and for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We need to go back to the report out of closed session. My apologies. There's one more item that needs to be reported. And but before we report it, we need to take a vote from the Board of Education on item H4A1. Is that H4A1? Is that it? H4A1. So we need to take a vote so that we can announce this. And that is the managerial personnel report. Approved certificated managerial personnel employment appointment for the 2019-20 school year. So I need a motion to approve item H4A1.
So moved.
I'll second it.
And there's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye. 5 ayes. So now we can, I'm going to ask Dr. Verdi, would you please help us in introduction of that item?
Thank you, Mr. Holguin. So with that action, the board has just approved a new assistant principal for Valley View High School. So I'd like to welcome to our district, Mr. Jose Gomez. Mr. Gomez, you come forward, please.
Good evening. I want to thank the board, the superintendent. I'm excited to be part of Moreno Valley Unified School District. A month ago, I had a chance to see something very special. There was a big award for the high school league educator of the year. And out of 10 tables, everybody representing their district, and one of those tables had the most support, the most people in their table, and that was the Moreno Valley Unified. It was the whole board, or almost the whole board, the board president and the superintendent. And I could see the love and the support, and I could see how happy the nominee that you just being there. And I'm so excited to be part of the district. I also want to thank the principal for Valley View, just to be able to compliment and be able to be part of that growth that's already happening. And now I get a chance to be part of that. Again, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, do you have anybody from your family, your friends, your supporters here with you this evening?
My wife and my 3 kids. They're back there.
You want to bring them forward and introduce them, please?
Sure. They weren't expecting that.
Well, just like you mentioned the other day when you saw us, the one big family, so
One big family, yes.
3 years now.
And it was the only table that was that big. So, this is my lovely wife, Brenda Gomez. And this is my daughter, Priscilla, Isabella, and little Noah.
Right, great. Well, nice meeting you all. Thank you. Thank you so much, and welcome to the family. And I hope that every appointment from this point forward is as excited as you are this evening here. So thank you so much for
Thank you.
joining the family.
Thank
And
you.
welcome. Thank you. Okay, so then now we can move forward with the next item on the agenda, and that is item F2, Organization of the Board of Education. And before we move into that item, there is one speaker that wants to speak on this item. So he has marked that he wants to speak before this item is discussed. So I'm going to allow that speaker to come forward. Can we set the 3-minute limit on the screen? And this is considered one of the comments from the public on the agenda items, and item F2, and that is Mr. Roy Bleckert. And you have 3 minutes. Please.
So, the yearly organizational meeting, and I want to endorse 2 people for president and vice president of the board. First, Daryl Peden for president of the Board of Education for 2020, and Dr. Locke for vice president. And the reason behind this is that the recent evaluations and performance evaluations, those 2 asked the most pertinent questions of what we should be doing in the school district, or to try and find the answers to do the best way. And the reason I think that maybe, and I know the tradition is there's kind of a hierarchy and you move that up, maybe this time we need to break from tradition. Because I think those 2 on the board understand what it is to be an elected official and what their role is. Their role is to set the policy and ask sometimes the tough questions, or the questions that need to be asked. And they're not doing it, I think, as Dr. Locke pointed out, as necessarily a criticism or something. It's to find out the answers so they can make the best decisions when all of these agenda items come up. And I've said it many times at many public meetings. I am comfortable with any decision any board makes as long as they're making it on true and accurate information. What I find out in a lot of cases in this, and I've been to a few of these meetings before, and seen the reports and put things in, as a lot of times the board is presented in a skewed way or not presented all the facts and information on there. And that's sometimes why we wind up having problems or not doing the best that we can do no matter what the agency is. So I think in this point forward, as we are, and maybe it's not technically correct, but in 2020, let's just say it's a new decade, maybe we need to start some new traditions. Maybe we need to mix it up a little bit. Maybe we need to try something different. We all know the definition of insanity. Do the same thing over and over again and hope for a different result. I think in a lot of cases, we all hope for different results, and we hope for the best results. Sometimes the best results are when you go in there and shake things up, when you break for tradition, when you try new ideas, and you try new things, and you actually get in and work in and roll up your sleeves and do the nuts and bolts of the things sometimes we might not like to do, or we might not like to address, but we have to address because it's for the benefit not only of the students, but the community as a whole. So I hope you take this into consideration when you make your vote tonight, and I hope you might see things in a different light. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, so at this time, we're going to move into the election of the new president. And before I end my term, I want to say thank you to my colleagues for allowing me to lead the board this past year. Truly appreciate your support, and it is time to elect a new president. So we're going to take nominations for the position of president. And if it is okay with you, I would like to nominate Mr. Johnson for the president position. Any other nominations?
I would like to nominate Dr. Marshall-Locke as president.
Okay, so we have 2 nominees. And we would like to vote for one first, of course, and then, depending on the results, we'll go for the second nominee. Is that okay? So, the first nominee, Mr. Johnson.
No.
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 Mr. Johnson, do you want to?
Abstain.
Okay. So, because I made the nomination, I'm going to say yes. So that is defeated. So now we'll go for the second nomination. Dr. Locke.
Mr. Holguin, I need a second. You made a motion, and then I need a second, and then we'll do the roll call for votes.
Oh, that's right, okay. Okay, so we need a second for the, okay, take me back again. For Dr. Locke, we have
I
to-
nominated, so somebody else will need to second that
We
nomination.
need a second, okay.
Do we need to do the vote for CJ's nomination first? Do
We
do
already
do
voted.
But we didn't do a second. Oh,
No,
'cause-
you didn't have a second.
so we shouldn't have had a roll call vote if we didn't have a second.
There was no second for Mr. Johnson, is that what you're telling me? Okay, so let's.
Nobody made a second.
So let's go back. I made the nomination, so that was the motion. But I didn't see a second. Was there a second for Mr. Johnson? There was no second for Mr. Johnson, so that died. So now,
And then I would like to nominate Dr. Locke.
Dr. Locke.
I'll
That's a
second that.
motion. And there's a second. Roll call, please.
Mr.
Aye.
Peden,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Dr. Locke,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin.
Aye, 5 ayes. Okay, congratulations, Dr. Locke. You are the new president of the board. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I'll keep moving. Okay.
That's fast. So I hope you will oblige me. You know, this is the first time I've been president of a school board. So if I make some errors, please excuse me, you know, for them. Big shoes to fill. You know, thank you, Mr. Jesus. You've done a phenomenal job. I'm not going to be as eloquent as you are. Very, you know, so I appreciate any assistance I can have.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, so the next is election of the vice president. Do I have a nomination for vice president?
I nominate Darrell Peden as vice president.
Am I allowed to second? I'm allowed to second it? I second that motion.
Call for the vote. Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye. So the motion passes. Mr. Peden as vice president. Thank you. Okay. Okay, now we need to move to elect a clerk for the board. Do I have a nomination for clerk?
Ms. Smith.
Have a nomination, Mrs. Smith, for the clerk. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any other nominations? Go for the vote.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin, Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Congratulations, Mrs. Smith. Okay. Okay, now we're moving to F2D. Oh, quick break. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break, please. Is that what you want? We can assume the meeting. Can you hear me? Resume. Oh, can we resume the meeting? Thank you. Okay, we're moving to F2D, the delegate and alternate delegate to the annual meeting of the County Committee on School District Organization. The 2019 board representative and alternate as a delegate to the annual meeting of the County Committee on School District Organization was Delegate Cleveland Johnson and alternate Delegate Susan Smith. Do I have a motion for the delegate for 2020?
I make the motion. I make the motion that we keep the same officers as we have in the previous year.
Do I have a second to motion?
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye. I have a tutor. We're going to move to F2E, the 2020 proposed board meeting dates. Do I have a motion to approve the meeting dates for 2020?
So moved.
I'll second that.
A vote?
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye. We're moving to F2F, policies, regulations, procedures, and resolutions of the district. The Board of Education, Moreno Valley Unified School District adopts as continuing the following policies, regulations, procedures, and resolutions of the district. Okay, do I have a motion to approve this?
I move we approve this item as presented.
A second?
I'll second that.
A vote?
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye. Now we're moving to F3, the superintendent's report. Dr. MARTINREX KEDZIORA will provide the superintendent's district updates and informational reports.
I'd like to welcome all of you here this evening, and I know a lot of you are here for awards and recognitions, and you will be recognized this evening. It will happen. I want you to know that. Sometimes you think, when? And that's why you came, but it's important. We want you to know that we really appreciate you and value your attendance at our meetings, and we thank our community for being here. It means a lot to us. So thank you all for coming tonight, and I hope you gain something out of the meeting. Right, Gabby Bear, counselor at Canyon Springs? So our mission statement in our district, we developed this in 2014, and it was that we wanted every student to graduate from high school, but when they graduated, we wanted them to be college and career ready. We're working on all of these things, and so tonight you're going to see some things. Catalina Cifuentes is here from Riverside County Office of Education, and she doesn't look as excited as she usually does. I think she's not feeling well, but she's very happy with what's happening in our district and comes here to confirm some of that. So we're very proud of what we're doing, and thank you for being here tonight and joining us. Our 11 commitments help us have excellence on purpose, help us shine brighter, and give us our lift to rise. And so tonight, I recognize some people that exemplify this, and I want to recognize Tony Wilson and Edward Smith. Would you please come forward to the microphone, Tony and Edward? Would y'all give them a round of applause? So, Mr. Wilson is a special education teacher at Badger Springs Middle School, and Mr. Wilson, is extremely proud of his students, and he emailed me and told me, Tamara Handysides, that his student, I want you to know, he got him to go be an ASB. And his student, Edward, took him up on the challenge, right, Edward?
Mm-hmm.
And you applied to be an ASB, and you got elected, right?
Yes.
Yes. And that was a big deal. Yeah. But I think that even more, you know, Edward doesn't live in our district anymore, right?
Yes.
I thought you were moving to Mississippi.
No.
You're not? You just moved to Riverside? Didn't you tell me, Mr. Wilson, he was moving to Mississippi?
His grandmother moved from Mississippi, and he stayed in Riverside.
Oh, okay.
That's
All
where
right.
the
I guess I
confusion.
messed up the story. But so Mr. Wilson went and picked up Edward tonight to bring him back here because I wanted to recognize Edward and I wanted to recognize Mr. Wilson because the student-teacher relationship is such a crucial and critical piece of what we do. And he exemplifies that and really knows his why. And I really want to commend you, Edward, for listening to your teacher and taking that leap and getting elected to ASB. And so we're very proud of you. Congratulations. Would you like to say something?
I'd like to just say something on the behalf of Edward. Last year, about the middle of the year, I encouraged him to be an ASB because he just showed really great leadership qualities. And while he was reluctant, he took the challenge and just soared. And I'm so proud of him, and I miss him in my class now. And even according to his teachers now at Shamawa Middle School, he's doing great. And so I'm glad he was able to make it, and I'm very proud of you, man.
And Mr. Wilson, I know you've got to drive him home, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so Mr. Wilson was going to be recognized later in the board meeting in the recognitions because Mr. Wilson was selected among 14 educators last Monday night for the California League of Middle Schools. And he is the Region 10, which is San Bernardino and Riverside County and Inyo and Mono County. He is the region representative that will go to Sacramento in March and represent our region. And he was selected from all of them.
Thank you.
So congratulations and thank you for being here. And Edward, I want you to know we miss you. And if you want to come back, you can. You know, Miss Medico, she misses you at Badger Springs, she told me.
Really?
So, yeah.
Thank you.
She does. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
Yeah. Congratulations. And then a new assistant principal to our district from Riverside Unified. His name is Anthony Rice. Would you please come forward? So one of the things Mr. Rice does is commitment number 6, and he acts in a professional and authentic manner. He's reliable, he's respectful, he's true to himself, and pays attention to how he treats others. So I get emails from people, and sometimes, most of the time, they're not nice. They're upset about something. But on occasion, I'll get an email about someone who's done a great job. And this email said, Mr. Rice is an assistant principal at Vista Del Lago High School. Is the person here that wrote this? I didn't know if they came. Okay. And in his short time at Vista Del Lago has made an impact by inspiring staff and making a difference. We are grateful to have Mr. Rice here at Moreno Valley Unified School District. And I want to thank you because you came from Riverside Unified here, and you took a chance on us, and we took a chance on you, and we're excited about that. Mr. Swanson is back there, and he's in the corner, but I know he's proud of, you're proud of him, right, Mr. Swanson? Okay. So would you like to say something, Mr. Rice?
Yeah, I would like to say, I want to thank the board. I also want to thank Mr. Swanson for allowing me the opportunity to help lead at Vista Del Lago, and just giving me the opportunity to just be alongside of him is just awesome. So I just want to thank him and his staff as well. So I just want to thank the board and just say I'm grateful to be here. So thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know if you knew, I forgot to say this, Mr. Rice, but Lana Severs, she wrote that email. Do you know her? Yeah, okay. So one of the things we're very proud of, the dashboard just came out, and the county released some information. And Catalina Cifuentes is the Executive Director of College and Career Readiness in the Riverside County Office of Education. Usually she's a little more engaging, but I want you to know that the CDE data released the news that the Riverside County graduation rate of 91.1%, this is for Riverside County, for the class of 2019 is #1. Do you see that? Among the top 10 largest counties in California for the first time in history. That's huge. Well, you all helped make that happen, because locally there are many high schools that have done excellent. We're going to recognize them at a future board meeting. But I want you to know this was a huge deal in Moreno Valley Unified School District when Dr. White became the superintendent, and I was the assistant superintendent. And Harold Acord, I see you back there. You want some credit too, because you're right there beside us. Is Jolynn Neal here? Yeah, I don't want them to think I don't see them. But Moreno Valley experienced the largest graduation rate gain of any district in Riverside County. And yes, we had a long way to go, but we did it. And I want you to look at that from 65.7% to 91.2%. You should be very proud of that. There are other milestones to uncover, but that was one that we worked tirelessly to help all students realize the just the future and what could happen when you graduate from high school. There's one high school right now, and we're going to recognize them in the future, but they're at almost 96%. So isn't that good, Esther Lane? Yeah, you should be yelling back there. Okay, so we always look for opportunities to reinforce what we do. We were one of a few districts, thank you Harold Acord, that the NEA selected as a grant to provide for STEAM education in our district. And this is a startup grant because there's future money involved. But it's a certification process to 6 schools currently offering STEM, including arts education, professional learning community model, and we'll have STEM coaches that will be used at schools to increase the effectiveness of classroom instruction. And we're one of 2 districts in the nation to receive this grant, and it's because of the labor management relationship between MVA and the district. So thank you, Harold Acord, and thank you to the district and all the principals for working together. Now, look at this picture. If you weren't there, we wish you could have been, but I want you to know we received 2 Golden Bells this year, and there were 253 applications received from the CSBA for the 2019 Golden Bell Awards, and 57 were selected to receive this. And Moreno Valley got 2 of them. There are 1,000 school districts in the state of California, and Moreno Valley got 2. 1 for the Wellness Center and 1 for Professional Development and Digital Learning. We're very proud of that, and you made that happen. Thank you very much. I just mentioned this about Tony Wilson. He left because he had to take that young man home, but he was the representative that was selected of all the 14 nominees to be the Educator of the Year for our region. We're very proud of him. So congratulations to him. That was on December the 9th. And then on December the 13th, I appreciate all of you that were there. Our district science fair, this year we had 254 projects, 27 more than the previous year. And we're growing in that area, and we encourage all students to participate in this. And there are 13 that are moving forward to the county. And we're very proud of those students. Thank you. Now, tonight, these students are going to be recognized, Mrs. Smith, and I know I'm going to say them twice, but you can't say these things enough. These are individuals that work very hard and tirelessly in music and art, and they stand out. Mia Hawat is a senior at Canyon Springs High School, and she's been selected to perform in the Southern California Vocal Regional Honor Choir. There she is right there, aren't she? Yeah. And her Southern California Vocal Association Honor Choir Edition. She was chosen to be their representative, right? And she's going to sing for you tonight, I think. I asked her to, aren't you? Well, maybe you can think up a song. And then Janet Carlos is a senior at Valley View High School, and she's been selected to perform in the Southern California Vocal Association Regional Honor Choir. She competed with over 600 applicants and was chosen to participate in this prestigious honor choir experience. Over 600 applicants, and she was chosen. Stand up again. You know, yeah. And then,
Excuse me, what school was she from?
Valley View High School, Miss Smith. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, Miss Smith, Moreno Valley.
Thank
y'all,
you.
I feel rushed by y'all. That's why I'm doing this.
Don't feel rushed. Give Moreno Valley the kudos they're
I feel like I
due.
got everybody breathing down my back over here, but I'm trying to hurry.
There's Latoya Brown right there, a little upset because you got it wrong.
And then, I don't know what she said, but anyway. Then Sarah Jackson, darling child sitting there, the daughter of 2 teachers in our district. Her mother teaches at Moreno Valley High School, and her father teaches at Vista Del Lago High School. And she's a 6th grader at Vista Heights Middle School, and the American Choral Directors Association Western Regional Youth Treble Honor Choir selected Sarah Jackson to perform in Salt Lake City, Utah. She was the only, I want you to hear this, the only middle school student selected from Riverside and San Bernardino counties. Now, I want you to know that the people who teach these children are some of the most esteemed and most qualified, but the most inspirational. If you've ever gone to one of these performances, and I did last night at Vista Del Lago, and I did the other night at Moreno Valley High School, and there's Isaiah Burtz right there. He can sing like Michael Bublé, you know? So, you know, I just want you to know these kids are talented, but these adults that work with them, they really bring that talent out of them. Thank you. Congratulations. Mrs. Brown. Oh. I gotta say this. Go ahead. I know the feeling.
Hi, this is Greg Solomon, the coordinator of Visual and Performing Arts. One thing about Mia Hawat that didn't make it up there, and I'll take the blame because I should have updated it. We found out that she was selected for the California State Honor Choir. And she's the only one, and we needed to say that. I had to tell her that. So, thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it. I'm glad you didn't keep quiet. I want you to know Miss Brown is really doing great things at Moreno Valley High School. It's the School of Arts and Innovation, and they started a robotics competition. They've never had this before. And on Saturday, December the 7th, they placed 3rd in the robotics competition at Heritage High School out of, you know, like several high schools that competed. But that's their first time to do this. And Miss Brown, thank you for getting that started. And Mr. McPherson over there. Last night, Mr. Holguin and myself went to this. I couldn't believe it, y'all. It was cold as ice out there. And I couldn't believe these kids did this. But Miss Johnson, Valley View High School soccer, they won this tournament and they beat Palm Springs High School, and now they're going to the CIF. Congratulations to Valley View High School. Now, another standout is at Valley View High School, Miss Johnson, is Corbin Brown. And he won the 1st place in the tennis tournament on Sunday, December the 12th. It's the 1st annual Mount San Jacinto College tennis tournament. And we're very proud of him. Congratulations, Miss Johnson. At Canyon Springs High School, is Miss Kerr here, Wileen? She hides sometimes. There she is. Blends in with people and stuff. Step out now. But Wileen Beer, congratulations. She was her partner, her academy, the Business Academy, was named California Partnership Academy, Distinguished Academy, for 2019-20, and less than 2% of the nearly 400 California Partnership Academies in our state received this distinction, and our recognition will be awarded in February. We're very proud of what you do there and what you get students to contribute to our community. Thank you. Miss Johnson and Miss Kerr, you should be very proud of the Cyber Patriots. They're ready for the state competition. This is the 5th year straight. They have new record high scores, an increase of 61.8% over the previous 2 years, and all 6 teams are advancing to the state. All 6 of our teams. Their team was 6th in the state, 54th in the nation out of 1,000 teams, and the open division placed 1st, 5th, and 6th in the state, 18th, 41st, and 52nd in the nation out of 2,489 teams. And Moreno Valley Unified School District is in the top 1.5% of all teams nationally, 55 out of 3,599 teams. You know, that's quite something. Congratulations, Canyon Springs. Congratulations to Valley View High School, where they have that program, and they have it at middle school, too, at Sunnymead Middle School. On November 22nd, we had a district-wide In Peace We Give Thanks, Hearts United. Every school participated from 8:30 to 10 o'clock, and we're very proud of that in recognition of bullying prevention. And thank you to all the teachers and all the people that helped do that, and all the principals in the community for being there to support that. This Sunday, I had the pleasure, is Mr. Black here? Yeah, he was there. And Miss Carter was there from Badger Springs, but Landmark Middle School girls were first place, and is this called futsal soccer? Mm-hmm. Okay. It's played indoors. I thought they were playing basketball for a minute. But the girls came in first, and then the Mountain View boys came in first. John Black was there, and that's why the soccer team at Valley View High School is so good, because they're feeding these kids into that school, and they really know how to score. So congratulations. I want you to watch this short video on Gobble Gobble, which is where we did this wonderful thing where we give away all these things to our families and our community, and everyone couldn't be there, so I want you to see this video.
So Operation Gobble Gobble is a Thanksgiving program that provides a Thanksgiving dinner, a turkey and a bag of all kind of fixings and things that you will need to have a Thanksgiving dinner. The reason for it being started, because we started having kids come back to school from Thanksgiving break saying, thank God I'm in school because I haven't eaten all week. So we realized that we have quite a bit of families that need support in providing food for our families. So we decided to create a program, and we call it Operation Gobble Gobble. So it's grown to the capacity to where it's just not about Thanksgiving, it's about our families having food on the table every day of the week.
When you have a superintendent like Dr. KEDZIORA, it's very difficult to say no, because he is always here supporting the community, supporting the district, supporting the family, and supporting us all. There is a big heart in him, and it is contagious. I am so thankful that all of you are here. All of you are here to feel that one need, because a lot of families don't have something at the table like we do. We are blessed to have something at our table, but not everybody does.
So I just want y'all to know, as a superintendent and the Board of Education, we couldn't be, I mean, these are the kinds of things that people don't get to see all the time. The newspaper isn't out here. They're not doing a story on this right now. But we know that there are good stories in our community, and that we are here to support and serve each other.
So we have a marvelous team of volunteers this year. We have about maybe 100 volunteers. We have parent ambassadors, and they bring all their parents, and they stuff the bags, and it becomes a huge Operation Gobble Gobble.
And then the next, this past weekend was exceptionally, I couldn't be there, and I feel bad. Dr. Locke was there. You know, thank you for being there and supporting this. Over 100 families received gifts that were donated. There's also a video that explains this. It's really short, but it was really touching and moving, and we always can't be there, but it's good for us to see these things and to know they happen within our community.
Today, Moreno Valley Unified School District Wellness Center Student Services Department is having their Adopt a Family Winter Wonderland program. So today we had 76 families who were adopted by Kaiser Permanente and our Moreno Valley Unified School District directors and district departments to make sure that our families have clothing, food, and toys for Christmas. It helps our families so much because we know that a lot of our families who live below poverty, who are homeless, or who are living in poverty, have a hard time during this time of the year. We have a lot of families who have mental health disorders, and that truly is on the rise this time of the year. It's very hard for our families that are struggling to provide things for their children during this time of the year. So this program takes care of those families who are our most neediest families. We are right now in front of the Rodriguez family home, getting ready to bless them with our Adopt a Family program. Kaiser Permanente from Moreno Valley adopted this family, and we have gifts and we have food, and I have Santa's helpers back here.
Hello. Merry Christmas. Hi. Come on, hi.
And I want to thank Connie Edwards and Student Services for all of they do to bring all of these opportunities to our community. Last week we had a telephone town hall, and thank you all that joined in on that. We had 3,678 people participated. 920 of those participated using the Spanish simulcast, and about 26% listened for 5 minutes. Were any of y'all on it out there? Anybody? Yeah, thank you. Average listening duration was 8 minutes in English and 11 minutes in Spanish, and we answered 16 live questions that included topics on dual immersion, special education, Google Classroom, social emotional support resources, volunteering, and academic recovery support. And following the call, we follow up with anybody that didn't get their question answered. So thank you for participating in that. And then I want you to know at Landmark Middle School, we continue to respond to the needs and the students there following the tragedy of Diego. And one of the things that's happening there right now is the Anne Frank traveling exhibit. 18 students there were trained by docents from Austria who came to the school. And these 18 students are now the docents at Landmark Middle School, taking other students through the tour. And we're going to have a community event on January 8th where you all can come, and these 18 students will take you on this exhibit. We are the first district in the United States to have this in our community, and we're very proud of this, and it's helping to help students have peace and understanding, but give them another way of helping them to find resolve and when there's tragedy, but also to learn about others so that they know not to repeat those things. And it's very exciting, and I hope you'll join us on January 8th there. On January 23rd, Dr. Lynn Sheffield, is she here? Yeah, stand up, Dr. Sheffield. Yeah, because if you want to give her your business card or be involved in this, she would love to have you. We're going to start a community collaborative. It's a kickoff meeting where we're going to do Hearts United and Peace Champions with clergy and other community members. We've already met with many of them. But this is to have a training and also an opportunity to meet each other, but to do something on a routine basis, a regular basis, where we're looking at how to prevent bullying in our district, but also to how to be kind to each other. But more than that, how to have people come in and support our children during lunch and recess, and especially at the beginning of the day and the end of the day. So I hope you'll join us at 8:30 on that day. The State of the District is on February the 20th at Vista Del Lago High School. I hope you'll join us. And then I have a short video on the facilities in our district, the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, what's happening with Measure M. So if you'll watch that, it's pretty quick.
Here in facilities, we strive to provide a quality environment for the students by giving them the best facilities they can learn at. We strive to make difference in their education through modernizing their existing facilities and building them new facilities to house their different programs. We did over 32 projects since 2017 until now, and we are very proud of the accomplishments that the Facilities Department did in behalf of the students and the school district.
We are in our new athletic complex project at Canyon Springs High School. The project started construction back in May 2017 and completed in August 2018. And it has a seating capacity for 3,115 people. One of the highlights is that this project includes the replacement of natural grass with synthetic turf, and we're looking at saving about 14,300,000 gallons of water per year.
So we're standing in front of the fully renovated student quad area and student performance area here at Moreno Valley High School. In front of the gymnasium. The gymnasium was recently renovated with brand new air conditioning, brand new bleachers, brand new flooring throughout the entire facility, as well as lockers and a fully renovated locker room addition. The front lobby on the new gymnasium is new as well. Trophy cases, a front foyer for welcoming guests to sporting events and things like that going on the campus.
The reconstruction of Edgemont Elementary was completed in January 2018. This two-story building has 31 classrooms. It has the admin administration building inside and attached to it as well. It has the library, which has plenty of room and collaboration centers within it. We have our NPR and kitchen that's detached, but provides a lot of room and space for assemblies, and we were able to reconstruct all of the fields, blacktop playgrounds. We also have an additional TK and Head Start portable classrooms located on the west side of the campus. We have new drive approaches that provide better flow of traffic, as well as bus and parent drop-off separations and parking for our staff and for our community.
For the projects that we're working on right now and the upcoming projects, right now we started construction at the Moreno Valley High School, and we are doing the Performing Arts Center there. It will hold 624 seats in their theater, as well as some drama, dance. The Canyon Springs two-story building, it will house 24 classrooms. 8 classrooms will be Century 21 state-of-the-art science classrooms. And the Moreno Elementary School, that is another project that we're working on right now to build a brand new elementary school that houses around 800 students. Here at Facilities, our mission is to build new facilities and modernize existing facilities to promote best environment for the students and the district's mission on excellence on purpose.
Thank you for voting for Measure M, and that's wonderful what's happening at many of our schools. Mr. Holguin was honored at the California School Boards Association by the California Latino School Boards Association, and we want to congratulate him on that honor. Congratulations. And then we want to thank Mr. Holguin, who served as the president. Sometimes people don't know this, but the president has to do more, come to more meetings, meet with the superintendent, talk to the superintendent. It's really a chore. And so thank you, Mr. Holguin, for serving in that capacity and serving our community. The board vice president serves in the president's absence or helps when he's not available. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for serving in that capacity. And Dr. Locke, thank you for serving as the board clerk and signing all those items that have to be signed after a board meeting. They do it and they never complain. They're the nicest people. They just give. And I want to thank Susan Smith and Daryl Peden for their service this last year. And I want you to know we're very lucky, we're very fortunate to have a board that is so dedicated to our children and our community. So could we give them all a round of applause? And then it's going to be the holidays. I hope you enjoy them. I know I'm going to. And it's the first day of the second semester is Monday, January 13th. So parents, you're going to see your kids after school on Friday, and they'll be home with you till the 10th. So thank you. Yeah.
Okay, now we're going to move on to recognition, communications, and events. We're at F. Oh, I'm so sorry. We're moving on to student reports.
Okay, he's going to do something. Just had to say that.
Okay. What do I say? Oh.
Will the student board representative from Bridges Learning Center conduct their school report?
It says it's on. Yeah, it's good. Okay. Good evening, board members, Dr. KEDZIORA, members of the cabinet and community of Moreno Valley. My name is Evangelina Negretti, and I am pleased to announce to you all of the Titan Pride activities that are happening at Bridges Learning Center. We've started off our Hearts United campaign with the Kindness Pep Rally for our boys and girls volleyball teams. All of the students met in the gym, and we not only rallied behind the teams, but students also written positive and kind comments about the team, and they were read at the rally. We had kindness attire to give to the students who were able to respond to what Titan Pride stands for. It was a great and inspiring morning. Bayside hosted the Moreno Valley Soroptimist Club on November 20th for Dream It, Be It for girls. It was a one-day event to promote career opportunities and self-reflection. We had community members from many different careers explaining not only the career but the process to achieve the career goal. ASB is working with our counselor, Miss Williams, to ensure that Bridges community has what they need for the holidays. We have been wrapping boxes and filling them with personal care items and food supplies by our canned food drive. Thank you to all those who made this event successful. We just took 40 students to the Museum of Tolerance as our cumulative activity to read the novel about Anne Frank and the Holocaust. We saw a 70-minute presentation about the Holocaust, and we went through the Anne Frank exhibit where we learned about the issues of time and saw her original diary. This helped students to become more empathetic and tolerant to many of the challenges that people experience each day. We had 10 students complete 24 hours of CTE, internships, and advanced retail operations. 2 of our students stayed as employees, and others were asked to return when they were 18. ASB is also having students participate in a national request from Mr. Jeannie Wittenhiller, a Wisconsin man whose cancer diagnosis will make this his last Christmas. His request was to get him cards from all over the country. Our counselor, Miss Rodriguez, is helping us get the cards to him. These are just some of the wonderful opportunities we have at Bayside. Our school is a small community and to most feels like a second family. I thank you for the opportunity to share. I thank you for caring about our school. Most importantly, I thank you for this opportunity for myself to gain public speaking experience. Have a great evening, everyone, and thank you for your attendance. Oh, lastly, I would like to say that Bayside has given you guys t-shirts with the spirit of Christmas. Yeah.
Will the student board representative from Canyon Springs High School conduct their school report?
Good evening, board members, Dr. KEDZIORA, Cabinet, and community of Moreno Valley. My name is Ethan De La Rosa, and I am honored to announce the great things happening at Canyon Springs High School. So since our last report, we were able to host district and county representatives during the Hearts United campaign. They were greeted by anti-bullying clubs flashing smiles as they drove onto campus, and then Link Crew handed out blue ribbons to anyone who took an anti-bullying pledge. From there, our guests took part in a student discussion panel, which included representatives from various programs, clubs, or groups on campus. There was good discussion and dialogue between the students and the adults present. Ideas grew from the discussion, like hosting podcasts of such conversations for future events. After the student panel, anti-bullying club officers presented an anti-bullying lesson to a freshman seminar class. It was a very eventful morning. Our Interact Club was just presented with the Evelyn Yearsley Award for their dedication to and support of Bill's Special Kids. Last year's inaugural walkathon raised $1,600 for the charity, which provides sports and social opportunities for children with disabilities. They will host their second annual walkathon on Saturday, March 14th, with thanks to Dr. KEDZIORA for his assistance in making this event possible. Air Force Junior ROTC just finished collecting toys for their annual toy drive, which benefits Sunnymead and Edgemont elementary schools. In addition to bringing toys to students, they host an assembly in which their drill teams perform, their choir sings Christmas songs, a Christmas skit is performed, and finally an appearance is made by the real Santa Claus himself. After the assembly, Santa and the cadets deliver wrapped gifts to students in their classroom. ASB finished their week of giving and delivered donations to the Wellness Center. We will continue to collect any items as the year goes, so it is not just a one-week event. We are also in the process of planning prom for our special needs students in the district. We have to move the location this year due to gym construction, but we will still make sure that the prom happens. We have also started planning for this year's high school preview day, our big outreach day for our incoming 9th grade class. We are excited to welcome Palm and Vista Heights Middle Schools to what will be their home for their high school career. Cyber Patriots teams competed in nationals and did phenomenally. Our AFJROTC team finished 6th in the state and 54th in the nation, and our open division teams placed 1st, 5th, and 6th in the state, giving them national rankings of 18th, 41st, and 52nd. Overall, they placed in the top 55 out of 3,599 teams nationally. Athletically, we just had our first college signing of the year, with Kayla Fuller signing to play volleyball at Long Beach State with her tuition paid for. She did her signing at our winter assembly. Girls sports are also off to a great start this season. Our water polo team is 5-1, our soccer team is 4-1, and wrestling just won the Norco Rodeo Challenge. We're looking forward to the rest of the season. This concludes my report. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Will the student board representative from March Mountain conduct their school report?
Welcome, school board, Dr. KEDZIORA, parents, and community. Our names are Ruby Alvarez and
Jasmine Hernandez,
March Mountain, March Valley school representatives. Wow, this semester has come to an end. Our senior year is halfway over. With that said, on December 4th, we had our student council meeting. The agenda items discussed were restorative circles, student of the month criteria, and finally adding hot chocolate to the Action Cafe. On November 22nd, we participated in the Hearts United campaign by handing out kindness grams that were sent by students. We also made a mural of a heart that was made with hearts, and we wrote kind comments on hearts, then posted them up around the campus. On December 5th, around eight students went on a workability field trip. The same day, we held a blood drive and were able to collect 32 pints of blood for our community. On Saturday, December 7th, we hosted our third Saturday STEM Academy. March Mountain, March Valley is proud to state that we have 103 students participate to date. December 10th, the girls volleyball team made it to the championship game against Bayside. We are proud to announce that the girls won the championship. The boys also played, thank you. The boys also played in the tournament. They as well made it to championship game against Bayside. We are proud that our boys volleyball team came in second place. Congrats to Bayside boys volleyball for winning. On December 11th, a financial aid workshop occurred at 12 p.m. Students along with their guardians were provided information concerning about financial aid that will help students for college. December 13th, staff had a second opportunity to redeem themselves at the volleyball staff versus students game. It was a very competitive match, but I am proud to say that students still remain undefeated. December 16th, March Mountain has begun Spirit Week for Christmas. Monday, hat and headgear. Tuesday, Christmas spirit, sweaters, and Wednesday, Christmas socks. March is proudly giving back to the kids of our community by collecting about 700 items to donate to the local food bank. We will also be donating 3 food baskets to 3 of our students in need. We would like to remind everyone of our school motto, which is pause, P for persevering mindset, A for always respectful, W for willingly responsible, and S for safety conscious. This concludes our report. Are there any questions? No? Thank you. Have a happy and safe holiday.
I'm sorry. Can we also give a round of applause to Ruby Alvarez because she is the volleyball leader and led them to championship?
Oh,
thank you.
Will the student board representative from Moreno Valley High School conduct their school report?
Good
Good evening, school board members, Dr. KEDZIORA, cabinet, and the community of Moreno Valley. I am Catalina Salazar, the ASB president of Moreno Valley High School. I am here to share the exciting events happening at our school. Vikings are filled with the spirit of giving back this year. Our Interact Spooktacular community event was well attended and filled with candy and fun. Interact has participated in multiple community service events around the city, such as elementary school festivals and community Thanksgiving events throughout Moreno Valley. Currently, Interact is working on writing thank you letters and will deliver the letters to the police department of Moreno Valley for this holiday season. Our AVID program is also allowing students to bring wrapped gifts consisting of a coloring book, crayons, and stickers that will be handed out to students at Sunnymead Middle School this Thursday. Finally, our history department is working hard to have a canned food drive that they will donate to a church within the city that gives back to less fortunate. Academically, Vikings are working hard and showing what they can do. 53 of our amazing bilingual students had the honor of earning a seal of biliteracy. Our school's STEAM Academy attendance continues to be a great benefit to all of our school. We have over 100 students attending each Saturday STEAM Academy. Our clubs have been very active. The MVHS Robotics Club ranked 3rd in competition in early November. The choir and band joined together to create a fabulous winter concert. Thank you to Ms. Jackson and Mr. Vasquez for their time, dedication, and patience. They opened and closed with a song by every student in both choir and band. It also brought joy to the hearts of those who attended. The Mobile Drama Department had its annual Mobile Christmas Carol. All 3 performances of the play were beautifully played by each cast member. Our leadership classes attended their first ever CATA conference in November. It was a wonderful experience for all the students within both ASB Leadership and Renaissance. We were able to expand our horizons and aim for better events, learn more from other schools, and adopt better leadership skills. This fall season, our sports have done an amazing job at showing what Vikings are made of. Both our football teams and boy water polo team made it to the first round of CIF finals. Our girls water polo team beat both Patriot and Paris High School. Boys basketball is having their first home game today, and we know that they are owning up to the Viking name and winning right about now. We are also excited to be hosting an Australian team on January 3rd, 2020, which will be coached by an alumni player. Our girls basketball, girls soccer, and boys soccer have been bringing home wins, and we cannot wait to see what this season has in store for them. 4 of our wrestling girls placed at the Carter Season Opener Tournament, and 3 of them also placed in the Hillcrest Tournament. Our boys are also hosting the inaugural Ray Burns Tournament in the gym and NPR both today and tomorrow. Thank you for your time. That concludes my report. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Will the student board representative from Valley View High School conduct their school report?
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. KEDZIORA, Board of Education and Community of Moreno Valley. My name is Savannah Bates, and I'm honored to be serving as a student body president and the school board representative, and to be here with you tonight to highlight all the amazing activities the Eagles have been participating in around the community of Moreno Valley. Clubs who reported community involvement are as followed. VVHS Choir. In the month of October, the choir held a community trunk or treat. This activity featured fun games and treats for students. MVUSD elementary schools were invited to participate. On December 11th and 12th, choir held its annual Christmas toy drive. For 23 years, Mr. Wilson and the Valley View High School Choral Department have partnered with the Moreno Valley Fire Department and Spark of Love Foundation to donate toys to needy families and children. Admission to the concert was free with the donation of a brand new toy. Law Academy and Mock Trial. Valley View High School Law Academy and Mock Trial participated in an Operation Woof Woof. Mock Trial team dropped off 146 donated dog and cat toys, food, blankets, shampoo, leashes, collars, and bowls, all donated from VVHS students to the Moreno Valley Animal Shelter. VVHS Interact Club. Interact participated in many community service events. The events included participation in the 4th of July parade and the summer hygiene pack distribution. They also participated in the Moreno Valley Elementary School Fall Festival, Trunk or Treat at Bethel Christian, and the Snow Day at a Moreno Valley Community Center. Recently, in the month of November, students served at the soup kitchen, helped the Salvation Army pack food boxes along with serving Thanksgiving meals with the Salvation Army. They also sponsored a gene drive, collecting genes to send to Mexico, and helped at the Moreno Valley Library. Allied Health Academy. The AHA students are required to do at least 50 hours of community service in the community school and AHA. The juniors must complete an 8-hour job shadow, and the seniors must do at least 20 hours in a medical facility. Future ideas include a monthly school cleanup and an adopt a planter at VVHS. Congratulations goes out to 2 Eagles, Josiah Jones, Valley View High School student who won the first place in the Martin Luther King Junior Scholarship Essay Contest. Congratulations also to Carbon Brown, who placed first in the annual Mount San Jacinto College Tennis Tournament. This Valley View High School and MVUSD student beating a student from Beaumont to take the win. Shout out to Josiah and Corbin. Daniel Crusay was recently selected to advance to the August Wilson monologue competition on February 25, 2020. Here are some of our athletic updates. Cross country, the boys team finished the season with the league championship, also moving on to the CIF finals. Girls volleyball made it to the state playoffs, and Kaylee Bartlage made it first team all-league and first team CIF. Girls basketball is 8-0 and have won the Arcadia and West Valley tournaments. They are currently undefeated. Boys basketball is also 6-2. Boys soccer is competing in the Citrus Hill tournament this week and made it to the elimination rounds. They are playing for the championship on Monday. Wrestling beat JW North and Moreno Valley this past week. This concludes my school board report. Are there any questions?
Yes,
Thank you.
I have a question. Can you, if you don't have the information at this time, that would be great. Maybe at the next meeting you can share. When is the Wilson monologue, the August Wilson monologue competition?
So
where is it?
So basically, the choir, the theater team, it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like where they sing like different like notes. Okay. One of my friends is in it. They just sing like different notes, and it's like a competition. It's in February. Yeah, it's in February.
I believe it's February 13th. We'll get you the exact date.
And the location?
It's going to be in Los Angeles.
In Los Angeles. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, school board members, Superintendent Dr. KEDZIORA, teachers, parents, students, and community. I'm Ashish Palike, ASB student representing Vista Del Lago High School. I'm here tonight to bring you exciting news from our campus. As we continue the school year, we remain focused on developing our Raven values of respect, achieve, value, engage, never give up, and succeed, as well as our school motto to take care of yourself, take care of each other, and take care of the school. Winter sports are in full swing. Boys and girls basketball, soccer, and wrestling teams have begun their season strong, and we are confident that all of them will compete for league titles. Go Ravens! We would also like to congratulate our girls golf team for receiving the award for the highest GPA in the county, several of which are here today with Coach Collins. I know several of them personally. Tremendous people, scholars, and athletes. We are so proud of our student athletes. Keep up the good work, Ravens. Our Ravens have been more than busy completing community service hours and supporting our community. Our NHS students have facilitated our Hearts United campaign in coordination with our guidance department. Members led activities such as collecting tips for kindness that were shared on our morning announcements, as well as facilitating our Chalk the Walk event. In addition, NHS students have logged over 100 hours tutoring students during lunch and after school. They also maintain a Serenity Garden here on campus and have covered our lockers with inspirational locker messages to prepare our Ravens for final exams. NHS members have volunteered at events organized by Armada's PTA, including their math and Halloween events, and also volunteered at the City of Moreno Valley's Snow Day. AVID has been busy supporting our community as well. During the month of November, each AVID class collected canned and boxed goods to give to families in need. Each participating class adopted an anonymous Vista Del Lago student's family to provide a Thanksgiving meal for the upcoming holidays. Gift cards were also collected in order for the family to purchase perishable goods, including a turkey. We continue to try and help our families and spread holiday cheer during a time that can be financially stressful for many. Our service learning class has been busy all semester. To begin the year, they created a memorial to the victims of the tragic events of September 11th. They have also teamed up with our librarian, Mrs. Johnson, to maintain the display cases with a different theme each month. Members have also volunteered in several community activities sponsored by the City of Moreno Valley, including the Day of the Dead Art Fest, Snow Day, the tree lighting ceremony, and the 11th annual Thanksgiving dinner. Service learning students have also volunteered assisting the Salvation Army with a food box packaging event at their Moreno Valley location. As always, Health Academy has also been busy this semester. Just now, they have logged in over 1,500 hours of community service this year, assisting with Sereno Elementary Harvest Fest, Quatermania Science Night, New Life Christian Fellowship Fall Festival, Badger Springs Back to School Night, Ramona Elementary's Breakfast with Santa, various events at Riverside University Medical Center, Renaissance Village Memory Care, and several dentists and doctors' offices. Last Thursday, our cheerleaders and football team were welcomed at Landmark for lunchtime activities and performances. We would like to thank Mr. Garcia and his Landmark team for welcoming us, Dr. Locke for attending, and a big thank you to Dr. KEDZIORA for supporting this event. As I look into the crowd today, I want to recognize a few people who have impacted me before I conclude my my report. First up, I would like to thank Mr. Swanson, the president of Vista Del Lago. He's here today encouraging me. Also, Mr. Munoz, our ASB director, who's been with Vista Del Lago since the school opened, who continues to lead us in the right direction and to create a culture of excellence. And also, I would like to recognize one special teacher that I've had in 4th grade from La Jolla Elementary, Mrs. Heineman, which was a delightful surprise to see her. At first, I wasn't sure if that was her, and then I heard her voice. She's an active supporter of the Nebraska Cornhuskers and just a tremendous teacher dedicating her life to education. And it's the administration, staff, educators like these that really bring out the full potential of our students. And I would like to thank each and one of them. And this concludes my report for this evening. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, high school students. Those were excellent reports. Okay, now we're going to move to F5A, resolution number 2019-20-34, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day on January 20th, 2020. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution?
I move that we approve resolution 2019-2034 as presented.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Vote.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye. Linda Gilbert Williams, La Jolla Elementary School teacher, and Tamika Brown, Palm Middle School, African American Parent Advisory Council member, will accept this resolution observing January 20th, 2020 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We move down to the...
Thank you.
Yeah, I think he called them. I think they already called them others. Wait a minute, what did I do this here? I just had the pleasure of meeting
Miss Tamika Brown. Is it Mrs. or Miss? Mrs. Tamika Brown. I'm not going to tell y'all how we met, but she may tell you when she goes back to her seat, but I'm not going to do that. I remember when I was in the military, I was stationed at Eglin Air Force Base in Florida, and I was at the snack bar, a cafeteria, if you will, and the news came over about Dr. Martin Luther King, and I'm thinking, it can't be right. But obviously, it was right. So, and I've never forgotten that. It was more things happened more things happened that day than I'm sharing. But I don't know if a lot of you were around when he walked the earth, and perhaps if you were, perhaps you remember that fateful day when his life was taken away. So we have two. Are they going behind me? Oh. Oh, okay. I want them to face the crowd. Well, then I don't want them to turn like this. So it is my pleasure to present these two young ladies with this resolution from Moreno Valley Unified School District. They gave me a little short script to read. Y'all know I like to read the whole thing because when you have a person as great as that, there are no shortcuts as far as I'm concerned. But tonight I will read the short one. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. The third Monday in January is a day set aside to commemorate the birth of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The observance of Dr. King Day is an opportunity to not only recognize his life and his contributions to this great country, but to the work towards making his vision a reality in our schools and our community. I am proud to announce that the Board of Education of Moreno Valley Unified School District acknowledges the significance of the Day of Remembrance and proclaims that all schools in our district participate in appropriate activities, utilizing available curriculum and speakers that teach about the contributions of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. that he made to this country and to all of its people. So I have got two of these, so I'm going to ask both of you all to speak, if you don't mind. And so Tamika, would you please accept this resolution? Okay. And then I'll give you yours when she gets done. Okay? I'd like to introduce myself.
Okay.
She's going to have a few words with us.
Okay. Thank you, board members and Dr. KEDZIORA. I didn't write anything down. I was told that a lot of people are going to be speaking, so keep it short. I am honored to accept this resolution because when I think about Dr. Martin Luther King, he did do a lot, but the main thing that I think about is that he fought for equality for all. And so when I think about that, I think like, wow, his dream has, came to light. Equality, we have got to a great place. But this day not only lets us know that his dream has come kind of true, but that we still have a lot to work on. And this day lets us know that we can still work on these things and that it is important to all of us. So I do thank the board members and everyone for acknowledging and recognizing this day, because it is important to the African American Parent Advisory Council, and not only is it important to us as parents, but it's also important to our students. Thank you.
Thank you. That was good. So both of these read the same, but at this time I'd like to present this one to our teacher from La Jolla, Ms. Linda Gilbert Williams. Is that right? Okay. You can have that one.
Good evening. I have a cold, you all. Board members, superintendent, cabinet members, and community. La Jolla teachers will do an English language arts unit on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. that focuses on reading skills, comprehension, vocabulary, and grammar activities to help students understand the civil rights movement and how Dr. King's fight for justice impacted the world. Dr. King is important to me. I've had a chance to go to the Center for Social Change. I was born in Atlanta and raised in Atlanta, and I'm going to retire in Atlanta in 2 years. So, once again, thank you.
Just a minute, we need to hear from our great leader. The principal, Dr. Misher.
Okay, she made me come up here with her. So we did have a special thing we did want to add. Because of Dr. Martin Luther King and because our unity event that happened throughout the district, we will be unleashing a new kindness or buddy bench. Our cafeteria manager started a program with kindness ambassadors, and at that time, a special area or zone will be unleashed at that time. I shouldn't say unleashed, but maybe a ribbon will be cut. And we will do this when we come back after Dr. Martin Luther King's holiday. So that will be to commemorate that event as well.
Good. You did good. Thank you. So you want to shake our hands? You can start with me. You can start with me. Start with me.
Good evening. Are we ready for staff and student recognitions? Let's go ahead and get that started. Let's start by recognizing our schools that had the best attendance, ADA attendance, for the past month, and also they lowered their chronic absenteeism. I think you know that it's important for students to be in school, and these schools work very hard to get that done with their students. I see Amanda Denniston, Coordinator CWA, coming up, and Dr. Sheffield, CWA Director, to help us with our attendance recognitions for the month of November. So if anyone's here from these schools, I want you to come on up because I think it's important that, you know, we all have a part in this recognition. To get our students to come to school every day. It takes work and it takes a team. So let's start with Northridge Elementary School with a 96.5 ADA and chronic absenteeism reduced to 8.4. Congratulations. I see Mr. Hamilton coming up, principal of Northridge. Let's go on now to our middle school. Vista Heights Middle School with a 96.1 ADA, Vista Heights. I see Ms. Grajeda, the assistant principal here with staff members, and a 10.7 chronic absenteeism. Congratulations, Vista Heights. And for the high schools, the Eagles, come on up, Valley View High School with a 95.6 ADA and reduced chronic absenteeism to 10.5%. Congratulations, Valley View. And can we have recognition now for these are attendance award winners? Go this way, guys. Go this way. Congratulations. Thank you for being here. Congratulations. Probably didn't call you guys in a second. Congratulations. Thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. Nice seeing you. Who's doing the pop? You want? Okay. We are now going to recognize, and I want to make sure you have it on both screens. You can see the student's name, the grade level, and the schools where they attended last year, because this test is the state test that was taken in English and in math, and you see their current school this year. And I want you to read that. It says students with perfect score in math. Wow. This is a huge deal, and we want to acknowledge the students, and each student will be receiving a little trophy, because this is a big deal. I don't know how many of you have ever gotten a perfect score in a state test in math, but that's wonderful, and we're very proud of the students. All right, students, I'm going to try to say your name correctly, because I think that's important, but if I do not, feel free to come and say your name, because I want everybody to hear your name. And principals, if you're here, please accompany your students. Any teachers that are here, please accompany your students, because this is important that we celebrate, I'm going to say it again, a perfect score in the math CASP. Elisa McFeeters from Seneca, please come on up. I see her principal. Jasmine Dillard, La Jolla. Jacob Robertson, Hidden Springs. Clarabelle, where are you? Towngate? What's her last name? Veronica, what's her last name? Pluck? How do you say it? Clarabelle, can you yell out your last name? Cluck. I just want to make sure. Hayden Cox from Towngate. Darren Paliza from Butterfield. Har Darvish Singh, Northridge. Kane Ho, Bear Valley. Say it. No, you say it.
Cayenne.
It's important. Names are important. Aspen Johnson, Seneca. Aubrey Martinez, Northridge. Stephen Cornejo, Ridgecrest. Jariah Malachi Malling, Moreno Elementary. Victor Alfaro Castaneda, Sunnymead Elementary. Now at Sunnymead Middle. Sebastian Rains, Northridge. Now at Vista Heights. Alexander Flavotomos, Ramona. David Cardenas, Sunnymead Elementary, now at Sunnymead Middle. Ashley Monroy, Sunny Meadows, now at Sunnymead Middle. And Joseph Ortiz, Hidden Springs, now at Palm. Can we have a wonderful congratulations, perfect scores in math and the CASP. Congratulations.
So if everyone can take a step to your
picture. Kidding me? Those babies deserve an amazing picture. Okay, everyone look over here. There's someone. Okay, everyone look right here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Obviously, had to leave. There's one girl, and her father is still here. He didn't want to come up for a picture, so I'll give it to the dad.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Look at you. Congratulations. Great job. And math is so valuable for you. Congratulations. Congratulations.
So how's it going, man? Proud? Hey, man, what's happening? How's your mom? Is she happy that she's not working? Has she been back to doing business? She has.
That thing gets in the right way.
Oh, there's a group there right here. I haven't been yet. Tell us how bad she
Help me away from that. So back further.
We're very proud of the students. Now we're going to go on to our next recognition. We are now going to recognize the Vista del Lago girls golf team. If I can have Mr. Swanson please come on up. I'm going to ask Catalina Cifuentes, Executive Director of College and Career from RCOE also, to join us in congratulating these students. The girls golf team at Vista del Lago High School, they're receiving this recognition for having the highest GPA reported for this sport in the entire county. Did you hear that? In the entire county. Girls, let me call your name. I should say scholars, students, future college students. We have Kate Flores with a 4.5 GPA. We have Haley Gwen Gumanab with a 4.5 GPA. We have Romina Arduino with a 4.66 GPA. We have Sarah Polowski with a 4.0 GPA. I also want to acknowledge their coach, Steve Green. Their coach, their golf coach, is important to acknowledge him also. And the athletic director, we have Mr. Arthur Giovannini, if he's here, I think I saw him, the AD for Vista del Lago. So I'm going to right now turn it over to Mrs. Cifuentes to say a few words.
Thank you so much, Ms. Maddox. I'm so honored on behalf of Dr. Judy White to be here tonight to celebrate these amazing leading ladies. So just to emphasize, for about 20 years, the Riverside County Office of Education has celebrated not just, the athletics piece, but the scholar piece. And these young ladies have the highest GPA in the entire county for girls golf, a cumulative of 4.42. Can you give them, this is amazing. So we're just so proud and honored. And like I said, I'm honored to be here. When I received my information, I'm like, one, I love coming to Moreno Valley Unified. I love being here. It just gives me energy and excitement. I know you felt like I wasn't excited. I'm so excited to be here. I love being here. This community just fills me. So on behalf of Dr. Judy White, I'm excited and honored to be here. I want to thank your amazing school board, and congratulations to our new leaders and to Dr. KEDZIORA and our cabinet members for what you do in this community. It's remarkable, the changes, and a lot of the changes that have happened countywide has started in this district. So you may never always hear the thank yous or receive the credit, but I'm here to tell you some of the data that we shared, the graduation rate, it's because of ladies like these ladies here. It's because of all of you. So just excited and honored. I cannot congratulate the four of you enough. This is amazing and tremendous honor, and to be athletes and to maintain that GPA. And we're just so excited to see what the future brings, and just very, very proud of you. Dr. Judy White is so excited and proud of you. So thank you so much.
I'm just wondering.
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah?
next time I take a test, I'll find out. I'll let you know.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for coming, Steve. Long way.
I just told her put her head next to mine, and we'll try to fix
We are now going to recognize a group of teachers that were nominated for Educator of the Year. We have great teachers in our district. Tonight we're going to acknowledge some of them, and they represent what's best in teaching with their passion for students. So let's acknowledge these teachers tonight. I'm going to start with the nominees for the California League of Middle Schools. The nominees that were nominated by these schools, they were deemed as the representative, the best of the best at these schools. So let me acknowledge the nominees, and if their principals are here with them, it would be wonderful if you could also accompany them. Thank you, Mr. Black, because you're Diane Cobian, who is now an AP at Landmark. Diane, come on up. She is now the AA IAC at Landmark. Maria Esquivel from Vista Heights Middle School, if she's here. Yes, the AP's here. Come on up. Represent the school. Timothy Howard from Landmark Middle School. Marisol Magaña from Vista Heights Middle School. Christy Metheny for Palm Middle School. Alicia Placencia from Vista Heights Middle School. Nick Smith from Sunnymead Middle School. Now, the teacher that was chosen, the teacher from our district, I think you met him. I don't see him back. Mr. Anthony Wilson from Batcher Springs. He won for the region, and he's going to the state. But I think you remember, and this shows what kind of teacher he is. Do you remember he had to drive the student home so the student could be here to be recognized? This is the type of teacher Mr. Wilson is. So if Ruby's still here, anyone from Badger, it's important to honor him as the winner from the California League of Middle Schools, Region 10. Congratulations.
Are you going to take Tony's?
That's okay. I got it.
Hello, sir. Congratulations. Nice to see you again today.
I know. We're here again.
Yeah. Yeah, you owe me two. You'll be three of them. I got one more. Congratulations.
Yeah, we're getting there. I think next time what we'll do is send the yeah.
But we can switch it around.
You want to do that? We now would like to recognize, keep going, I just did that. Oh, that's right. Now it's the high school. I was ready to skip high school. Of course, high school is very important, and we also have teachers from that level to recognize tonight. So let's recognize the high school nominees. We have Amanda Tornero from Canyon Springs High School. Amanda. And I see her principal, Mrs. Kerr. And then we'd like to acknowledge and congratulate Tamara de Bobien Jimenez from March Mountain High School, who was selected as the Educator of the Year for our district. Congratulations.
Now let's switch after that. We can do the girls first before the business county. We can. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
Way to go. Man, you with his sharp shirts, man. Oh, I tried to look at you.
One more time. One more time. Okay, so now let's go to the girls. Oh, it is that way in here. Okay. I have the girls.
We now are going to recognize the students that are going to be performing in honor choirs. I want to make sure to get all of their accomplishments because they're a big deal and they're a lot. So with this, let's acknowledge their choir directors, right? Teachers, choir directors. We need to acknowledge their work. Scarlett Smith from Canyon Springs High School. Erica Jackson, Moreno Valley High School. Autumn Earl Rodriguez, Vista Heights Middle School. I don't know. And if their principals are here, they can also come up and help us congratulate these outstanding students. The Southern California Vocal Association 2019 Regional Honor Choir selected Mia Hawat, junior at Canyon Springs High School, who scored a perfect 100 on her audition. And Mia Hawat also has qualified for the All-State Choir. She was selected for the All-State Choir. Mr. Solomon, please help us assist with this recognition, because I remember you said, don't forget to say this. So I wrote it down. Okay. Janet Carlos, Moreno Valley High School senior. Janet is also, I read, the choir president, and she's to perform in the prestigious SCVAC High School Honor Choir. They both performed at the University of Redlands during November, and they qualified for the state choir, correct? Mia did. Congratulations. I'm not done, wait. The American Choral Directors Association Western Regional Youth Treble Honor Choir selected Sarah Jackson. Now, Sarah Jackson is a 6th grader from Vista Heights Middle School to perform in Salt Lake City, Utah. She was the only, is that correct? Only? Only. I want to repeat that. Only. Middle school students selected from both Riverside and San Bernardino County. Can we give these students an applause? Congratulate them.
She got a good score. Well, congratulations. I'm proud of you too. What about you? All three of them? Both. He put that good. I'm proud of you. I am very proud of you. And no doubt, no doubt. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Mrs. Kerr, do not go too far. We would now like to acknowledge Canyon Spring Business Academy, honored as a CPA Distinguished Academy. So I'm going to ask Ms. Willie Beard to please come up, the Academy Director. And all the teachers are here from the Academy. And also, I see Mr. Sean Roberson, the Assistant Principal over the Academies, and Mrs. Gabrielle Bear, the Counselor. This academy, the Business Academy, received the designation as a California Partnership Distinguished Academy. Only 10 of these in the state received this honor, only 10 in the whole state. Congratulations to the team. I know how hard it is to do all the requirements of an academy to make sure that, you know, the students benefit and they get ready for a career of their choice, which might be in the business sector or go on to college. Teachers, Mike Sinton, raise your hand. Mike, I see you. Viola Rowe, Caitlin Beeman, Julie Balos, Keith Raleigh, Craig Givens, Darius Carter. Teachers, we appreciate you being here. Being an academy teacher is a wonderful opportunity to help students connect to a business sector. Congratulations on this distinguished recognition that they received by the state. Congratulations, Business Academy, Canyon Springs High School.
How are you, sir? Haven't seen you in a while. I know it. Congratulations. Way to go, man. Good to see you.
Mr. Craig, what's happening, man?
Merry Christmas.
Thank you again, and let's congratulate all the staff and students that have received recognition this evening. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to just take a short break. Okay, we're going to resume the meeting with F6, staff responses to public comments made at previous meetings. Dr. KEDZIORA, do we have any?
Yeah, there were 3 public comments last time at the last board meeting, and communication and phone calls were made regarding concerns raised at the Special Education Board study session on November 19th. And going forward, regular meetings have been scheduled that will take place in order to enhance communication and assist parents of students with IEPs.
Okay, now we have F8, public comments on non-agenda items. Do we have any public comments?
Yeah,
Okay. There's 4. Okay, so do I read this first? Do I need to read this here?
Well, you can if you like. It gives some dialogue. It gives you
Okay. Okay. Read it. Okay, the Board of Education encourages public comments. During this section, staff may briefly respond to statements or questions, or may ask questions for clarification. The board may refer to staff or other resources for factual information. Direct staff to report back at a subsequent meeting, and/or direct staff to place a topic on a future agenda. If someone wants to lodge a complaint against an employee, the appropriate form may be obtained at any school or the community education center. Individual speakers should be allowed to speak for a total of 3 minutes on non-agenda items, regardless of the number of issues to be addressed by the individual. The Board of Education shall limit the total time for public input on non-agenda items to 21 minutes. With Board of Education consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Okay, we have 4 people wishing to speak. The first is Alfredo Agora. Would you like a translator?
I'm going to do my own translation.
Okay.
Thank you. I use the time as a translation also.
Can you use the time for translation also?
Well, that's up to y'all, but he...
Use time for translation also? You're going to translate for yourself?
Yes.
Okay, then is anyone...
And it's a reason. It's because I've been asking if it's possible to start working on a program to get the captions on the videos you got on YouTube, because people doesn't understand what happened here. We need translations for them.
Well, we're going to start then. Is there an agreement to give him, since he's going to translate for himself, another 3 minutes, the 6 minutes? Okay.
Thank you.
6 minutes.
Buenas noches. Good evening to everybody. I'd like to congratulations the new position for Mr. Pidding and you, Ms. Black. Quiero agradecer y que me den la oportunidad de estar aquí. Quiero felicitar al señor Pidding y a Ms. Black por la nueva posición. Next, I'd like to say that I appreciate the invitation for Ms. Maddox and Mr. Jason Ramirez for giving me the opportunity to work as a team, to start doing whatever we can on the special education area. Quiero agradecer la oportunidad que se me dio por parte de la señora Maddox y el señor Jason Ramírez para poder empezar a trabajar en la área de educación especial. La razón es que venimos y nos quejamos, pero no tomamos el tiempo de agradecer cuando se nos ayuda. We came here and make complaints, but we don't come to say thanks when we receive the help. And that's not the situation with me in this time. I come to say thanks to everybody. I hope we can make the difference on the district and make it like a role model for other districts and start working for the benefits of our kids, special education kids. Espero que podamos trabajar juntos, podamos hacer la diferencia y poder trabajar para que el distrito de Moreno Valley sea un modelo a seguir para poder trabajar en la área de educación especial. I know it's not easy, ain't gonna be a tough work, because the reason is, what I think is we have to start working in how to win the trust of the parents with the special ed kids. The trust, sometimes we lost it when we asked for help and we don't receive that help. Quiero que podamos conseguir otra vez la confianza de los padres con hijos en educación especial, porque es muy difícil cuando perdemos esa confianza volverla a recuperar. Sé que I know that a lot of times I came here to complain. A lot of times I come here to say names and say the situations that the special ed students are passing by. But the reason is that the frustration we got is what it made me to come here and give my comments. I know that the tone of my voice is not so soft and people feel like I'm mad or I try to intimidate somebody, but that's not the situation, that's the way I talk. So I'm 62 years old, so I ain't gonna change now. Quiero decir que muchas veces cuando vengo aquí, el tono de mi voz parece que vengo molesto o que quiero intimidar a alguien, pero esa no es la situación. Es el tono de mi voz que tengo y ya a mis 62 años creo que va a ser muy difícil que cambie. Quiero decirles, I want to say, Mr. KEDZIORA, Ms. Maddox, thanks for the opportunity to start working as a team. Because I think that's the only way we can start making changes on the district. And I think that's the only way we can help the kids with the special education. Special education kids are the most students who are on jail. We have to stop that. The 80% of the youth who are in jail got mental illness. That means they are special ed. Quiero agradecer que se me haya tomado en cuenta para trabajar como equipo con el distrito, porque los estudiantes de educación especial son las personas más afectadas en el sistema de las prisiones. El 80% de ellos son los que están dentro de las cárceles porque ellos tienen un problema mental y eso los hace más vulnerables a ser ese 80% que son los que están detenidos. Quiero decirles que I want to say that we have to start thinking how to design programs or the way to benefit the special ed kids. Like I said, it ain't gonna be easy. We got a lot of issues on it. We got a lot of kids and parents who are complaining, but we have to change that. We have to change that the parents can come to you guys and we have the tools to help them to make everything easier for their own success. Necesitamos empezar a buscar las herramientas para poder trabajar con los estudiantes de educación especial para poder lograr que sean triunfadores en la vida. Because the main reason we concern what's going to happen when we're not here. What's going to happen with them? So that's the reason I'm here. I got a 23-year-old son, and I hope we can work together. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Next speaker is Gino Carver.
I want to thank the board and Superintendent KEDZIORA for allowing me to speak. And I left my office early today. I work in Laguna Niguel, and I work for the Department of Treasury, so I interview a lot of people. And my wife is a school teacher in this district for 30 years, and so I know what good teaching is. And one of her former kindergarten students is at Badger and was participating in a junior scholarship program where they designed on living on Mars. And so my wife asked me to take her over there in the rain and miss the Laker game, but I did. And I'm not for sure if any of the Badger teachers are here. There were 3 or 4 females that were participating with this group of kids. And I walked through and, as just a parent, interviewed some of these kids on their projects. And not only were they able to look me in the eyes and tell me what their project was all about. One gentleman actually was a car salesman, and he walked me over to the other person that was participating, handed me over, and they finished their sales presentation on their program. So it wasn't just the book knowledge, it was the ability to engage an adult that they didn't know who I was, had never seen me before, confidently spoke about the materials succinctly and as kids with just immense confidence. So I wanted to take the time to thank those teachers for pouring into these kids who are doing a fabulous job. And oftentimes we have people that take these 3 minutes to bash our teachers, to say what they don't do well. But we very rarely take a moment to say thank you to those teachers that give their time, their energy, their own funds to pour into these kids. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to those teachers that are doing a wonderful job for those kids, and hopefully those parents realize it. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Mr. Carver, I want you to know that Grant Dolan is here. He's the band teacher at Badger Springs Middle School, and he's going to go back tomorrow and share what you said tonight, as well as I will visit the school. But I just want you to know there is a teacher here.
Okay. He didn't look like those 3 women, so my they're very good teachers. Very good teachers. So you guys should be. Those kids are in good hands.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, Lizette Martinez.
Good evening. And I want to follow Serb, and I want to talk about the parents. I just want to say a little bit about the 2 schools that I'm assigned to. I'm a parent ambassador. In Cloverdale, I just wanted to let you know about the book club there. It just started last year. This year it has 15 members. So it's doing great. And some of the parents have told me how when they go to bed and they take their book and they're relaxing, they're going to read a little bit before bedtime, their kids grab their own books and cuddle up with them to start reading. And also at Seneca Elementary, we have a great PTA. And this year we are having 13 enrichment clubs funded by the PTA, mostly run by volunteer parents. We just have one teacher that we hired, and it's a choir teacher because we want to build a choir in Seneca. We didn't have one before. And this goes from last year when we had 2 enrichment clubs. So we went from 2 to 13. And it just has an impact on the kids when they see their parents who are involved in the school. My kids ask me, like, Mommy, is today your book club? Are you staying at my school today? So they're excited, and they know in which classroom I'm at. And it just, the book club promotes reading with the students. The enrichment clubs makes them feel more empowered. We even have sign language was one of the enrichment clubs. So that's it.
Thank you. Okay, our last speaker is Roy Bleckert.
Can I get 6 minutes too? Because some claim they cannot understand my hillbilly dialect, so could I translate that too? I had to duck out a little bit after my first comments, but I see it looks like it went Marcia, Daryl, Susan on the deal. That might be a little bit, there might be a little bit of strategy behind that. Or, you know, maybe you got a little dyslexic, so maybe sometimes things work out the way they do. One thing I want to do, probably the most, in the top 3 of the most accessible people around here. If you want to know what I'm really thinking, or what really is happening when it pertains to me, just call and ask. Sometimes, and what really brought it up, and I mentioned it a little bit earlier about the data and the reports, I've asked about the dashboards. We seem to be driving by that. Second thing is what I really noticed is, well, yeah, there is in a 4-year period, the math scores went up 7 points. Check out the English scores and see if the data is accurate. I said that, and that's why I said that. And I say it many times. If the board is getting complete and accurate information, I have no problem with the decisions they make. What I do have a problem with is when the board, any board, public agency, those in the capacity to make the decisions are getting inaccurate information. And when I see it, that makes me question what else is not accurate in these reports. That's why it's very important that we do have elected boards, because they are that buffer, they are our representatives to make sure that that what we are getting in our schools, in our cities, in our federal governments is proper representation. So, I think, and I'm glad this board did look forward. We're going to try something different. We broke with tradition. Maybe that's a sign that in the next decade we'll be moving onward and upward to greater heights. Because sometimes, like I said, you got to shake up the apple cart. Sometimes you got to look at things a little different. Sometimes you got to look at things in a different perspective if you want a better result. So like I say, when you're looking at this, and I will say this, was Gary Baugh right about the elections when he made his prediction? Like I said, if you want to know what I'm thinking, just ask.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move on to G1, public hearing. Disclosure and adoption of tentative agreements between the Moreno Valley Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, and it's Chapter 410. Okay, may I have a motion to open the public hearing on the CSEA collective bargaining agreement for public comments?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Vote.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye. We're going to open the public hearing now.
If you don't see anybody, then, then you can call for a motion to close the public hearing.
Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye.
Well, you gotta vote on the G2. Where's G2? It must be on that page. Okay. Then you can call, you can ask Dr. Verdi if he wants to.
Now we're moving G2 to approve the disclosure and adoption of a tentative agreement between the Moreno Valley Unified School District and the California School Employees Association in Chapter 410. Dr. Verdi, would you like to explain this, please?
Thank you, Dr. Locke. So with this item, the district is recommending approval of a recently negotiated tentative agreement with our local CSEA Chapter 410. This impacts 2 articles from the collective bargaining agreement. Article 27, salaries, we are recommending the addition of a bilingual stipend for classified employees who qualify. This particular stipend goes into effect January 1st, 2020. I think Ms. Neal approves. And then Article 38, we are updating the current stipends that are allocated in the collective bargaining agreement for professional growth. These stipends encourage our CSEA members to continue to receive trainings and other educational opportunities to further their careers and advancement in the district. Each of those stipend increments would increase by $100 each. So we are recommending approval of this item tonight. Dr. Locke.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt a tentative agreement between the Moreno Valley Unified School District and California School Employees Association and its Chapter 410 as presented?
So moved.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye.
Page 35.
Okay, now we're going to move to H, which is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
Well, I have a question on the consent agenda. I was looking at page 70, where it has purchase orders. I'm looking at a lot of technology supplies for Edgemont Elementary School. Now, I'm a big supporter of Edgemont Elementary School and a big supporter of technology, but I see in one case almost $81,000, and then looking down, I see another $2,750, another $4,140. Are we spending this much on all of the schools or only in Edgemont? I guess that's my question. I'd like to see.
Mrs. Smith, Northridge Elementary School is a Code to the Future school, and we've decided because Northridge is full most of the time, and the community has said they want other options when Northridge is full. So we are equipping Edgemont to have the same type of program that Northridge Elementary has, which is Code to the Future, and all of these technology purchases are to give the school the same tools that Northridge has. And it's our pathway that we determined. We have a pathway Northridge, Palm, and Valley View, and then we have a pathway Edgemont, Sunnymead, and Moreno Valley High School. So it's to give the school the same equipment and the same training, and that's what all those are for, is to give that school the same advantage so parents will transfer or choose that as an option when Northridge is full. Many times we have parents leaving our district when they can't get into Northridge, and they will leave and go to Riverside STEM. We're trying to reverse that so that parents stay and offer them additional options, and it's been working. I've taken parents over there, and because of the training and what we're offering there, like we're offering at Northridge, parents may choose that option. So that's why we're doing it.
Okay, I just want to see options for all of the students in our district. I guess that's my concern. I have nothing against Edgemont. I love Edgemont. My kids went to Edgemont. It's a close school to where we live. It's a brand new school, so I can see, and it's not far from the Riverside STEM Academy,
Yeah, I know.
which is just on the other side of the freeway over there.
This is something that we decided with the board to create these two pathways because we wanted choices and options, and we determined this when we were building Edgemont to make it a pathway for STEAM, and so we're equipping Edgemont with the same equipment that Northridge has, and any child can choose to go there. They have space, and so other schools, we are equipping them with STEAM academies, STEAM labs, but we're developing this pathway because we want students to be able to do advanced placement when they get to high school. You'll know that AP Computer is offered at Valley View High School and has been offered at Moreno Valley High School, and that's one of the capstone courses when a student completes a pathway of computer science immersion. So it's very important they have the tools and the equipment to make sure they can complete those pathways.
Okay, I'm not going to vote against this because I'm in favor of it, but I just want to see those opportunities for all of the students in our district, or as many as possible. I'm just weighing in on that.
Okay. And I'd like to add that since, part of the reason is, like you said, for Northridge is full, and so we're hoping that if students cannot get into Northridge, they'll go to Edgemont, that we'll be tracking that data as to, the enrollment and have it, at a future board meeting. Okay, so now do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
A second?
I'll second it.
Roll call?
I just want to acknowledge that we are pulling item H4A1 as that was approved earlier for a separate vote. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peeten?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye.
Dr. Locke, can I just say a quick thing? With the approval of that consent agenda, I just wanted to congratulate Mr. Juan Diaz. He's been waiting patiently back there with his family. He's a longtime employee of ours, and we just, with that, approved him to be a new network manager with our excellent information systems team. So, Mr. Diaz, congratulations.
Can we have him come up?
Sure. The board would like you to come up, Mr. Diaz, since you've been waiting so patiently with your family. Congratulations.
We love having the kids come up.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the board. I'd like to thank Dr. KEDZIORA and his awesome cabinet. Also thank the community as well. And I hope through my actions I can enhance the community to show excellence on purpose to all of our students and ensure that we help them out in all of their endeavors in education. And
Could you introduce your family?
this is my youngest. She's 2. Her name is Sophie Lulu. Say hi. She's tired. This is my son. His name is Alexander Zeus Diaz. He also got a perfect score in math and in language arts as well in the school district. He goes to school at Perupa Unified. Right, we're working on that. This is my, she just started kindergarten as well. And this is Zoe Marisol Diaz. And she loves to learn and she wants to go into dual immersion courses so she can learn both Spanish and English.
We have that right here.
And my beautiful wife, Rosa Diaz, who is my partner in crime and my team member here to help me push forward.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we're going to move to is that I1A, student discipline cases.
I move we approve item I1A as presented.
Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
No, you want to take a second.
I'm sorry, I wanted to pull out 525 for a separate vote. So I move to, if I can,
Yeah, go ahead.
a motion before to pull out 525 on the student discipline.
You can ask the maker of the motion to withdraw the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Do I have a motion to withdraw the motion?
No.
No.
You need to ask the maker of the motion to withdraw the motion.
Okay, who made the motion?
I made the motion.
Okay.
Would you mind withdrawing the motion?
I will withdraw the motion, absolutely.
All right. I'd like to put a motion on the table to pull out 525 for a separate vote, please.
Okay, so I move that we approve item I1A without the item listed by Board Member Peeten.
Okay, do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second the amended motion.
Do a roll call?
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peeten?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the, on the one separately, 525?
I move. So move.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Roll call?
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peeten?
No.
Dr. Locke?
Aye. Okay, still learning. So, okay, we're moving now to J1, naming for the Moreno Valley High School Performing Arts Center. Dr. KEDZIORA, would you please explain this item, please?
Yeah, I think I'm going to save some time. Greg Solomon, I want you to come up to the microphone, and I want you to explain it. If I need to add anything, I will, but I think you're much more versed, and I support what you're going to tell. We've already talked about it, and Mr. Holguin, if you can add anything to it, because you've been in the meetings. And thank you for being here so late, Greg, and for helping me with this item.
You're welcome. The Moreno Valley Performing Arts Center is being constructed and will open in spring of 2021. We were approached by the superintendent's office, actually the foundation for Riverside County Office of Education, and Mr. Ed Lewis, who was offering services to help us in a naming opportunity program should we choose to do that. And the naming opportunity is basically where you sell the name of a building. And so the question to the board and the discussion is, does the board want to sell the Moreno Valley High School Performing Arts Center name to the highest bidder, or to a bidder, or to a specific amount that you would determine? If that's something you don't want to do, and I completely understand either side, there are other options. You can, someone could, like Amazon, purchase the name Amazon Performing Arts Center on Moreno Valley High School campus. They could also purchase the lobby, or the theater, or the stage, or the band room, or the choir room, or the concession stand. There are organizations, including one high school in San Jose, that is selling just about everything they can to raise funds for it. The purpose of the naming opportunity is to raise funds, whether it's for construction, or in this case, to possibly upgrade items that are going in the building, or to encourage other opportunities within that structure.
So I think, would you like to add something, Mr. Holguin?
I'd just like to add that if I understood this correctly, I think this is a great opportunity because it gives, raising the funds. I think that's the main point. But it also, it's a good opportunity for it to be recognized, not only within the community, but outside the community, depending on who the funder is. So it could carry the name outside the community, outside the district, and give recognition to other communities to get curious to come and attend performances at the center. So I think it's a dual purpose and would be beneficial for upgrading purposes, for additions, whatever the funder decides to do, whatever we decide to do, if that money is unrestricted, whatever the case is.
It typically is unrestricted. However, the board would have final say on whoever the company is, or the person who would want to purchase the name of any part of the building. The board would have final say in whether they want to accept that purchase.
What you want to do, and what the foundation wants to do, is develop a platform for this to occur, right?
Are you talking about the Education Foundation?
Yes.
Well, the Education Foundation could be the vehicle that the district uses, where the money would be funded through the Education Foundation, and then could be used for that facility or for other things within the district. The Moreno Valley Education Foundation their whole purpose is to provide opportunities for kids that they wouldn't get otherwise. Things that would be in excess of the typical classroom experiences. The Education Foundation was the vehicle, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because I completely forgot about the Education Foundation's working with the school district. Even though the funding would go through the Education Foundation, the school board would still have the final say, because we're working in a partnership, which you should have received the letter, and hopefully we'll be moving in that direction shortly.
And you're talking about I just want to make clarification, but the Moreno Valley Arts Foundation?
No, it's the Moreno Valley Education Foundation is the actual name. It was created from the arts plan. When the arts plan was created in 2017, one of the goals was to establish an arts foundation. To me, that's too narrow. And so when I started talking with people in the community and found some people that were interested in supporting that, talking with Dr. KEDZIORA, the desire was an education foundation. So we could support STEAM events, or we could support other events on campuses, whether it's athletics or other things that we feel are important for kids to be able to participate in. We didn't want to be limited to an arts goal. So it was called the Education Foundation.
I just don't know how I feel about this. You know, I guess maybe I haven't had enough time to really think about it. It seems like, I don't know about commercializing something we're already building. You know, obviously we have the money to build it or we wouldn't be building it. And now to commercialize that, I'm just not sure how I feel about that.
Can I say?
Term. Sure, because my feelings are a little confused.
And honestly, I can go both sides. I can argue the fact that we don't want to sell it because it is our district and the district should be proud of it. And I can argue the fact that it's funding for kids. So whatever the board decides, I'm good. I completely support and understand. It was brought to us as an opportunity.
Sure, I'd like to chime in, and I want to say I appreciate, you know, your investment and your time investment in this, and those that brought this opportunity. I think looking at innovative approaches to make sure that our young people have the things that they need to succeed are extremely important. However, I am adamantly opposed to this idea. Reason given, anytime we're throwing around the idea of commercializing something that should be provided to our community, I have a problem with that. I think that we need to ensure that when we're naming a facility in this district, in this community, it should be reserved for someone that has served this community, because that's one of the highest honors of this community that you can get in this community, to have your name on a building of a public facility. In addition, I think I have a huge problem with, you know, Amazon Performing Arts Center or something of that nature. Amazon's one of the worst employers in the United States of America, so I just see there's just so many issues here. So I agree with Board Member Smith in terms of commercializing this. I just have so many issues with it. But however, I do think that there's opportunities to figure out how you can raise funds without commercializing it. And I'd love to be able to look at and explore those other opportunities and other ideas if we really can think outside of the box and figure out. But I also think this is a perfect time to bring the community to the table to have a discussion about what they want to do. Because we shouldn't be able to make just that decision. We should be able to bring in everybody to actually hear how they feel about a performing arts center in Moreno Valley High School and how they want to go about naming it. Because if there is somebody that we need to honor in our community, that should be probably first and foremost, and we should hear from our community.
I agree with Mr. Peden that you know, the idea that, you know, it's, you know, approved through Measure M, that we really would need to find out what our community feels about it. And also, you know, about the commercializing, you know, I have a concern about that. But there are other ways too, you know, to get, you know, monies without, you know, putting like a name of, you know, Amazon or something on that. You know, they sell bricks. I'd rather see us look at opportunities to raise money, you know, without sacrificing our name.
I have a question. So going back to the Education Foundation, we have the Moreno Valley Education Foundation, but we were also talking about the RCOE Education Foundation, right? The two different things.
Yes, the
correct?
RCOE Foundation is through Riverside County,
right.
And Ed Lewis is the director, I believe is his title. President, Director, Grand Poobah.
Yes.
And it was suggested that he offer his services because he's done naming opportunities. So he came to us and said, hey, have you thought of? And we said, well, no, talk to us. And so we met with him and he shared what he could do. And the process was we need to take it to the board.
Right, right, yes.
Maybe.
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
So we could do it through the Moreno Valley Education Foundation or through the RCOE Education Foundation? No? I mean, those are options.
I don't know if the RCOE is an option. I
Okay.
don't know that.
Ed Lewis, isn't that his name?
Yes.
I think he just wanted to offer his
help.
services.
Yes, his
and
support.
then the funds would go through the foundation, which is what you established through the Arts
Yes.
Council, the steering committee that you have established with the community.
Right. But we have the Ed Foundation regardless, and we're going to be raising money and supporting education either way. And Mr. Peden, one of the primary ways that I think this facility will raise money is bringing in outside people to perform, bringing
That's
in
what I was just gonna ask you.
production companies to present dance groups, or, I mean, renting the facility is the typical way that the facility covers the majority of their operating costs and the facility manager. And so that's what I would expect and hope our district would be looking at anyway.
Have we thought about, I mean, doing something where we have bricks that the community can buy individually and have their names in there, something like that?
That is part of the naming opportunity. You can do
Okay.
that same thing for the front entrance or tiles or any of that stuff is part of the naming opportunity. Those are all options. So as a board, you can say, hey, we want to do a naming opportunity, but we don't want to sell the building or the theater or the stage, but we want to have a community opportunity. That's completely possible.
I would be in favor of that.
Seats, plaques on seats, I mean,
I
all
would,
of that.
I would too, and I think the idea that, you know, in Moreno Valley, we have a lot to be proud of, and that's what we're working very, very hard about our name, you know, and what Moreno Valley stands for. You know, so that's why I'm very hesitant to put something else, you know, on the, you know, the name. But also, I would like to see, you know, if to come back with, you know, some proposals of things that we can do, like, you know, using that to raise money, you know, and maybe to honor some people, but without the big name.
I'd be happy to do that.
So if we vote for this tonight, we're just voting for exploring options. We're not voting to definitely sell the name of the auditorium.
Correct me if I'm wrong, we don't need to vote.
We were not expecting anyone to vote
No,
tonight.
we're
This is a
not.
discussion.
Oh, okay.
We were not bringing it
We-
for a vote. We brought it
Good,
for
because I'm not ready to
discussion.
vote.
What I've been asking,
It's an action item on the agenda.
It's an action item.
Sorry, that shouldn't have been. I apologize. It's discussion.
Okay.
But I would like to, I know you had something else to say, but I would like to turn this motion, since it's already here, not necessarily to approve the working with the foundation, but it says here to approve the naming opportunity program. So it could be either through the foundation or through the brick naming or purchasing or something. I mean, different options, just to see, just to explore the different options. We're not approving one way or the other at this point in time. We're just approving for you to explore different options.
yeah, I'd be happy to come back with discussions with Dr. KEDZIORA on a program that would be more community-centered, that would bring people together, which is what I understand you're saying, and keep the commercialization out.
So this motion is not saying we're going commercial at all.
See, I think
It's
the
just saying
motion,
explore.
I
This
think the
motion
motion is
is-
a little confusing.
It
needs
is-
to
it
be
is-
rewritten
maybe.
then.
Can somebody make a motion to be more specific
I
on what
would
we're
say,
asking?
I would.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the motion, the way, because it says to approve the naming opportunity program, which you don't really, I see what you're saying, but I'd rather see a motion that's more clear as to
Can I
what
make
we're
a
wanting.
suggestion? Can nobody make a motion? There has to be a motion and a second, and then approval. If nobody makes a motion, I can just be directed, Dr. KEDZIORA can be directed to just come back with a program or a plan.
Okay, that's what Dr. KEDZIORA, so that sounds good. Does it sound good to my colleagues?
Yeah, that's fair.
That-
We don't need to take an action item to give
Mr.
direction.
Solomon will
You
come
guys
back.
That's great.
Yes, I would be in favor of exploring
I would say,
options.
is it okay with the superintendent?
Yeah, he
Because,
just
you
said
know,
that. Yeah, he
that's
said
not
that.
enough for you,
I want to
guess.
apologize. I must have not looked at this agenda very carefully because I never thought y'all were going to take a vote, and neither did you. And we thought this was going to be a discussion, so it's my fault, and I apologize for sending you in the wrong direction.
But if I can just finish by saying thank you, because I've been asking for direction on what your wishes are, and that's what I'm getting. And so we can move forward and come up with a plan.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now we're going to move to J1B, California School Board Association, CSBA Delegate Assembly Call for Nominations. Are there any motions for nominations?
Who is our representative right now?
Our only representative is Mr. Johnson. I am a delegate because of my past position with CSBA as past president. I'm a delegate at large, but he is a representative for the school district. That's our only, and his term, correct me if I'm wrong, your term ends in 2021, correct? So you're still there as a representative. So I guess when I was looking at this item, I was thinking if there was anybody else, not necessarily within the district, it could be somebody else, but it could be somebody else within Riverside, within Region 18 that we would like to nominate. Normally, you know, when this happens every year, we get emails, phone calls or something, names, people asking us to nominate so-and-so and so. This time, I haven't received anybody asking for any nomination, so I don't really have any name to put forward tonight.
Well, I would just like to move then that Mr. Johnson continue to be our CSBA Delegate Assembly for April 2020 through March 2022.
Well, he's actually still active
in.
as until 2021. He's still active.
So can
he
we
doesn't-
extend
he doesn't
his
need to
term
be-
to 2022?
We have to do that next year. For
I don't
2
know why
years.
this is on here.
For 2 years.
I wouldn't mind throwing myself in the hat, my name in the hat, if there's a motion to, so we can just, I mean, because we can't nominate CJ because he's already a delegate, just so we can move forward unless you guys have any other idea.
And I don't mind.
Just so we have representation.
I don't mind putting your name forward, and we can work that out with the director of the Region 18. Just a couple of items that we need to keep in mind, and that's why I wasn't pursuing somebody from the district, because of one reason. If we put your name or anybody else's name, I'm a delegate, he's a delegate, it would be 3 of us. That would possibly create some conflict.
If it's
or
okay,
violation.
I would like, Claudia, would you mind explaining this to us? Because she explained it to me the other day, because it's confusing, But,
Right. So, as Mr. Holguin had mentioned earlier, that's if you had received any emails or anybody requesting for a nomination from another district representing Region 18. There's 2 terms. There's an odd year and an even year. Mr. Johnson is currently in the odd year, so his delegate term will be over in 2021. So currently we have representatives, which is Mr. Holguin and Mr. Johnson. So this item is more if you had received any emails from any other districts representing Region 18, this would be your opportunity to select them to just to put their name on the ballot, not necessarily to vote for them. This is just calling for nominations. You will then have the opportunity to vote in January. I believe we get the voting. And then we'll get the list of all the people that nominations were submitted.
If I understand it correctly, this is to help another district that did not put it on their agenda.
Correct.
They didn't put on agenda, and they need to nominate a delegate. And because they forgot to, we're helping them out because they would have called us and we would have put it on our agenda. So
Correct.
it's for the other district.
Or you could have another colleague in another district that could have called you and asked you to nominate.
Yes.
Put their name on the ballot.
Nobody contacted me.
Nobody has contacted me either.
So there's no need to be a vote if we're not, say there's no vote or nothing, we just move to the next item.
I'm just trying to get clarification of why would we not want another representative from our, I mean, what's the downfall?
Because then we would have 3 with potential violation, because we would have to be at the meetings together. 3 of us creates a violation.
Okay, I mean, that's fair.
So, but with that explanation that Claudia just gave us, we need to keep in mind this item for next year, because that's when Mr. Johnson would be up for, either, another term or not. That at that time we need to nominate him or nominate somebody else from the board a year from now.
That's when we'll have an opening then.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we're just gonna let it go away. Okay. I'm surprised I understood that one. Okay, now we're moving to J2. The first reading board policy and AR for 5131.2 anti-bullying students. Ms. Maddox, can you explain this, please?
This is a first read on the board policy in AR 51312 on anti-bullying. It updates the policy with CSBA language and any new legislation that might have affected this policy. Both MVA and CSEA have also received it for their review and input. So this is just a first reading.
So are all the cross-outs the old language and then that's been crossed out?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the bold is the new addition.
Ms. Maddox, where is the place that Mrs. Smith requested be changed specifically?
It's in the AR, page 120.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion on this item?
Under reporting
All right.
and filing of complaints?
Yes, under reporting and filing of complaints. It did say within 2 business days of receiving a report of bullying, the principal or designee shall contact the parent regarding the status of the investigation. Now we've changed it to 1 business day. I would really like it to be 24 hours. Is that a possibility?
It is a possibility. I know Dr. Sheffield is here, 24 hours. It's a first reading right now, so we can take your input also and look at, instead of 1 business day, 24 hours.
All right, and then I had another question. It says a staff member shall notify the principal of the report within 1 day. And is that going to be the same day then? So you're notifying the principal and then you're also getting back to the parents within 1 day?
I'm going to ask Dr. Sheffield to come up and clarify that, because I do know that the report, once the report is done, we have either 1 day or 24 hours to tell the parent that we have received the report, but we also want to start the investigation right away.
Right, but I think parents like to hear back right away. And this is a complaint I've heard from more than one person. I heard it when we had that parent meeting. I also have heard it personally from parents. Oh, they didn't get back to me, they didn't get back to me, they didn't get back to me. This is why I pushed for this 24-hour deal, because I want someone to get back to parents right away. And I think that's what parents want.
So our effort is to make sure we get back in touch with our parents right away. The initial report may be made to a staff member. It may be made to someone other than the administrator. So they have that 1 day or 24 hours to make sure that they inform the site principal. And then that site principal or other administrator has the duty to make sure they're making that report to the parent or guardian and following up with the process and the next steps within 24 hours.
So, okay, if a parent complains to a teacher, and this is not unusual that a parent would come to a teacher and say, my child is being bullied by this other kid in the class, and then that teacher is going to go right away to the principal or vice principal and that person to the administrator, and then that person will call the parent back and say, I've received this report of your child being bullied, I'm looking into it, here's what I'm doing. That can be done right away, right?
Currently, as it is written, it provides the opportunity for that staff member to have a day, and then for that staff member, make sure they get that to the site administrator, and the administrator has the 24 hours. If you want it all to occur within 24 hours, we can take a look at that.
You sound like that might not be possible. Also,
I'm not saying it's not possible at all. I'm just saying we could take a look and see how that can occur within 24 hours.
I'd appreciate it if you could check into that. I just want the parents to know something's happening. You know, you feel like your child's being bullied, your child doesn't feel comfortable going to school, something's happening to help. And that's what I want parents to feel like in our district, that we're making, that something's happening and progress is being made, and my child's concerns are going to be looked into.
Okay, so you're saying that once the report is made, we have 24 hours to get in touch with that parent,
Yeah.
no
And say,
matter who
well,
the report is made to.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to see. Is that feasible?
We will look into it and make sure. Basically, I have to go back and make sure I look at all angles of the situation so that I could be accurate when I report back to you.
Okay, thank you.
What I was saying, even a schematic, because when you're looking at, the dynamics at a school site, of who makes the report, if it's a teacher at the end of the day, on a Friday, so it'd be nice to know, and I know, Ms. Smith is asking for, is maybe to look at all the possible scenarios that we
Correct.
can come up with as to, and what's the most realistic time period.
Right, I want it to be
Yes.
realistic.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's why I'm
I
saying
want to make sure the ball isn't dropped. For instance, if a parent reports to a teacher and then that teacher is out sick the next day, is that being carried forward by someone?
Well, right now, we're hoping with our new process that we have in place that the report is made immediately. And so that parent is guided to our bully report form, and that bully report form comes directly to our office. Now, we are making a new bully prevention team, and that team is going to be the ones that will be responding to the bully report. So we're hoping that we will eliminate some of that, and I'm hoping that some of that's already eliminated with our bully report cards and our posters and things of that sort. That report gets done right away. So I will look at all scenarios, though. It's important to make sure we cover all bases before we say that definitely this can happen.
Right,
We want to look at it.
That's why we're discussing.
Yes.
So that we have a chance to look at all the options and everything. But my biggest concern is to make sure the parents know, as I'm sure all of us who are parents would want somebody to get back to us right away.
Definitely.
Okay, I'd like to add, since you brought it up, about the team and a lot of the work that you are doing. So I'm hoping at a future, agenda item, you can, come back to us with what's being planned, what's in place. So
Okay.
it sounds like you got some, some good things going, but it'd be nice to see the system in a whole.
Okay.
And then
You
how
give
this
me the
fits
go-ahead,
into
I'd be
it.
happy to give you the update.
That'd be great.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm,
Oh, Daryl, sorry.
How are you?
That's okay.
So I have a few thoughts and few things I just wanted to throw out. Let me just bear with me while I go through my notes here.
Okay.
Under measures to prevent bullying, number 5, last sentence, any school staff who witnesses an act of bullying against a student has a responsibility to immediately intervene to stop the incident when it is safe to do so. I don't know if that's, I'd like to identify what safe to do so means.
Hold on.
I feel that's a little,
Can I get a page number, Mr. Peden?
well, that's a good question because I merged everything. 110. I think, is that helpful?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, 110.
Does that work?
Yeah.
So I had some questions about when it is safe to do so, what that means, because there could be some arguments that, it wasn't safe to do so, so there was no intervention in the middle of that act of bullying, et cetera. Moving down into staff development, when the superintendent designee shall make the implement strategies, address bullying available annually to all certified staff and to other employees who have regular interactions with students. I'd like to identify what regular means, if possible. I feel that's also too vague. And then also, how often will these trainings be? If we're not identifying exactly how often they will be, my worry is that they won't get done. Moving down into number 1 underneath staff development, discuss the diversity of the student body and school community, including their varying immigration experiences. I would like to also add cultural awareness in that piece. I think that would make sense. Number 5, Under that same section, report incidents to appropriate authorities, including law enforcement, in instances of criminal behavior. I have issues with including law enforcement in instances of criminal behavior. What does that actually mean? I'm not even sure. And I've read through our board policies, but I want to make sure that works with our other board policies in terms of how this district actually engages with law enforcement, and whether disciplinary action that could be dealt with in school is being outsourced to law enforcement when we should be doing it in-house, and what does that board policy look like? And maybe that needs to be a broader discussion in a board policy regarding how we engage with law enforcement in this district. So just making sure that when we do that, how does that interact with that? Moving down. We have another one where we're discussing when appropriate, based on the severity and pervasiveness of the bullying, the superintendent or designee shall notify the parents/guardians of victims and perpetrators and may contact law enforcement. That's really vague. We really need to really spell out what that means in terms of when it is okay to be calling law enforcement in this district, as opposed to just giving everybody free rein to pick up and call law enforcement. Those are my views on that. Moving down to retaliation prohibited. The initiation of a report of bullying should not reflect on the reporting students or witnesses in any way. It should not affect the student's future relationship with school systems, grades, class selections, and other matters pertaining to his or her status as a student in any program. I really would like to see that it should not be will not, if possible, so that we really can be intentional about this. And then I did circle the following, request to appeal form following or within 10 days of the resolution. If there is a dispute with the decision or action, the parent or guardian may complete and submit a request to appeal form to the director of student services. Kind of want to just dive in a little bit more into the 10 days, and is that just a number, or does that really make systematic sense? Or is that something that we can build off of and maybe expand? Just, I don't have any specific opinion on that, just kind of wanted to throw that out there, maybe think about that a little bit.
So at that point, are they making a decision whether or not this is bullying? I think if a student feels uncomfortable at school, it's bullying.
We
and
take
I
a
have
look.
a lot of problems, as you know, with the words bullying criteria.
The expectation is that administration is going to follow through regardless if they find it substantiated or unsubstantiated. And so we need, our plan is to make sure our students feel safe and our parents are comfortable with our students at school. And so a plan will be put in place regardless of the outcome of the investigation. The question about whether they want to appeal or not may come about if a parent doesn't agree with what we are putting in place.
Okay, also this doesn't go into this, I don't think this goes in any place in this, but I do have a problem when a student complains about being bullied, having the students that are bullying and that student brought together into the same room to discuss the situation. I think that's a bad plan. And I don't know if anybody in this district is still doing that, but I think to have somebody, to have you who is being bullied and somebody who is bullying you brought together in the same room is a bad idea. If I was somebody being bullied, I wouldn't feel comfortable having the people that are bullying me in the same room to talk it out. I would feel very uncomfortable with that, and I don't think we should put our students in that position. So that's not really under this thing, but I know it's a plan that a lot of schools have utilized, and I would just like to go on the record as saying I don't agree with that.
Understand.
And then I do have one more question. Just wanted some clarification, because it's just when we're talking about social networking site and service to bullying or harass another student, the superintendent or designee may file a request with the networking site or service to suspend the privileges of the student to have the material removed. Is that something that we're currently doing, or is that, what does that look like in this district? If we don't have an answer, we can come back. I was just a thought that came to my mind just to ask and kind of dive into that.
I can give you an example, and I'm not 100% certain it is occurring, but if a student does post something that's inappropriate on Facebook or Instagram, we can request that things are taken down. If there's a fight, we can request for a student and a parent to have that student remove a fight or some disparaging remarks about another student that they posted. We can request that that student take it down, and then we can make a request through the social media network, whether it be Facebook, Instagram, or whatever program that they're using, that they remove it. They don't have to if it's Facebook or Instagram, but we can put in that request. Our initial request is for that student and that family to take it down.
And there's no guarantee that they will, right?
There is no guarantee.
I think the difficult thing is, we're talking about policy, and, because of the situation, we want everything in the policy, but we know that's not realistic.
Correct.
So it's basically, listening to my colleagues and myself is looking at, how do we write policy and what do we want that policy to say that it's going to cover as many things as we can without being 20 pages.
Right.
And I know that is a big challenge. But in addition, I think as we work through this, and try to get, answers to the questions about policy, it's also going to be, what are the actions? Because in those, you have policy, but what's the implementation for the policy? Mm-hmm. And then that's when you start describing what each of those things mean. Because I know everything can't be in this. But, I do know we just want to safeguard ourselves too, so we're on the same page. And then we give our schools the guidance as to what's important to us about the 24 hours and, and think about the law enforcement. So I know it's a big challenge, but, it's good discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Any more comments, or did you have enough direction? Dr. KEDZIORA?
Mm-hmm.
No, we've got plenty.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to ask, I appreciate the work put into this policy here, and I appreciate your effort and including as much as you could include here. And my question is this policy reflected of CSBA's policies? So,
yes, that's why we update this policy with the CSBA language that they give us on anti-bullying and any new legislation. So that's the start. The AR goes more into the procedure, but Dr. Locke, you're correct, into, how is this implemented and all the, what action steps do we take on the policy that you will approve at the next board meeting. And a lot of the questions that you've asked are very important, and we'll review that. If we can include it in the policy, we will. And if not, we'll make sure that you have that information on how, what's the implementation of this board policy on anti-bullying that this district has adopted. What does that look like? So we'll go back and review. I've taken your notes, and I'm sure Dr. Sheffield also listened. And then we'll come back, and whatever we can change in policy, we certainly will do so. And if not, you'll get further information of our procedures and processes for this district policy on anti-bullying.
So I think that is an important point, and I appreciate Dr. Lack mentioning that, and then you following up on that answer, because yes, I don't see every single item added to the policy, but following procedures, regulations, and all those kinds of things that not necessarily are reflected in detail in the policy, but they're somewhere else that we all need to follow somehow. So, the explanation, we can get the explanation somehow written in some kind of document or report or stuff, but not necessarily. I'm not discounting your questions. I think the questions are valid, but what I'm questioning is, does that specific detail have to be in the policy? So.
And it's nice to see that, like you said, on the CSBA, because we always look at their recommendations, to know that this aligns with what they're recommending.
We went directly from CSBA. So when updating board policy, we go first to the CSBA recommendations. And that's where you see the things that may be crossed off or added based on the most updated information that they provide for us.
And the other thing that does for me is we are following what I consider the experts on policy, because they're writing this, day and night. They have a whole team of people writing policies. And also it reflects what most, not all the districts that work with CSBA are, their language is pretty similar to this. Not necessarily exactly the same, but very close. But again, I would insist on the additional documentation, additional material that we have within the district that applies, and then that, it goes to the principals or, whoever has to work on that.
And if I could mention, in addition to updating the board policy, and we'll hopefully have that opportunity to come back and share information, we are developing a bully prevention handbook. And so all that detailed information that you're asking for would most likely be represented in that handbook that we're putting together.
And with the handbook also, is the idea, I think it's critical, is it's one thing to have the handbook, it's one thing to have the policy, but what's the system for getting that information out to every employee in the school district? And also, to give it to our parents. So that's going to be the next, but I know it's a lot of work. I mean, and I do appreciate that. I think we all do. But thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, no, I just want to stress that it's a lot of work to put these policies in place together. Because, I've seen it at CSBA with the team that, they have experts there that try to concentrate on creating a document that is workable with 1,000 school districts. So it's a lot of work. And then, they release it to you, and then you still have to kind of tailor it in a certain way. But, it's a lot of work. So I appreciate, all the time and effort that is put into these policies or this, first reading.
Yeah, it's good discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, so I guess that's.
It's just the first reading.
Thank you.
First reading, good discussion. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to move to J3A, the first interim financial report. And it's my understanding that we have a PowerPoint for this.
It's right there.
Okay, and Ms. Lopez is going to explain. Thank you.
Good evening. So we are taking a look tonight at our first interim report, and we will actually, once we finish the presentation, we will be recommending a certification for approval. Before I start with the report, though, I want to make sure that I thank the staff that's involved in putting this report together. I know there's a couple of familiar faces that you see in the audience, but we have a group of technicians, clerks, accountants that are really day in and day out putting in a lot of work to prepare these reports. With budgets, it's a continuous updating, continuous monitoring. We want to make sure that we always have an accurate representation of what our budget looks like at all times. And so it's very important to continually be looking at and not waiting until it's required to be presented to you. So I want to make sure that that goes back to the group, because they really do a good job of working with the data and working with departments and sites each and every day. So with that, I'm going to try to keep it to 10 to 15 minutes, but if there's anything that you want additional information on, you can stop us along the way. Again, business services here to support the mission statement of the district, and so we want to make sure that the mission statement and our 11 commitments are included in our presentation. A little bit about the interim presentation, or what first interim actually means. This is really that first snapshot we have as a district to project what has happened. So the last time that 1920 financial information was presented to you was actually back in June. I know you received an updated presentation for unaudited actuals in September. but that information was to close out the 18-19 school year. So really, this is the first time since June that you're being exposed to, or that we're actually showing what has changed. The requirements are an education code, and the requirements are that you have 2 interim reporting periods. The first one, which is first interim, covers your actual information through October 31st. And so you can ask yourself, well, we're in December now, and so why are you presenting information that is through October 31st? And that's actually the time that it takes to go through all of the budget account codes, resource by resource, all of the programs, and putting this data together. And so the requirement is that you present by mid-December. So we've met that requirement. Our COE has all of our documents. The second financial reporting period, or what we refer to as second interim financial reports, is information through January 31st. And that's due in mid-March. And so what we're doing is we're looking at the actual information and then projecting based on what we know today, because that's all we can project, what we know today. What do we project that the year will end like on June 30th? We use a different number of sources, so we get guidance from our COE. They give us information from the state, so School Services of California will be a resource that we use in regards to getting COLA information or information whenever there's one-time funds available to school districts. We also look at documents like the Legislative Analyst Office, right? So we look at to see what is happening at the state level that will affect school districts, because the reality is that as a school districts K-12 represent about 40% of the state general fund budget. And so when things are happening at the state level, whether it's good or bad, we will feel the effects. And so we get guidance from those resources.
Can I stop you just for 1 minute?
Yes.
Because I'm looking at the clock.
Yes.
And I just want to be cognizant that per our board policy that we end meetings without at 10:30 unless we have the board approval to stay later. Am I correct on that?
I move that we extend the meeting until 11 o'clock the latest.
Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second 11 o'clock.
Okay. Roll call.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye. Thank you. Sorry.
No problem. I appreciate that. So taking a look now at certification, what are the different certifications that you would receive on your financial report? Again, just referring to your first or second interim. A positive certification. A positive certification means that as a district, you are able to show that you meet your financial obligations for your current year and 2 subsequent years. So in the budgeting world, we're always working with more than 1 year at a time, right? We are in current year, but we always have to include and look at what it means and what our financial situation would be in the 2 subsequent years. That's at a minimum. The reality is that in-house, we're looking at a 4th and a 5th year. Obviously, the further out you go, the muddier that the numbers will look. Things aren't as clear. Things will change more often, but we will try to keep that MYP for at least those 5 years in-house, even though the requirement's only 2 subsequent years. A qualified certification means that you may not be able to. So maybe things look good in the first year, but then in that second and the third year, things don't look as clear, and maybe one of those years you're not able to meet your required reserve amounts, and so that would require a district to file a qualified certification. And a negative certification just means that you will not be able to meet your financial obligations for the current year. And so those are the 3 certifications. And if you keep up with what's happening at the state level, you know that in times of economic downturns, you will start to see a lot more qualified and negatives. Right now, there's actually a couple of negative districts in the state. Not so many qualified, but as numbers change and those assumptions change from the state, those numbers will fluctuate. So looking at the interim report, which is one of the attachments that you had, it's almost a 200-page document. So it's not easy to understand, probably not exciting and not even good nighttime reading. but I just want to break down for you what those components are of the interim report, and then just walk you through the areas that you really want to focus on. So first are the fund forms. And so when you look at the top right-hand corner of this 200-page document, your first couple of forms all have specific funds. The information that is presented to you and that as a district we focus more on is what we refer to as Fund 01, or the Combined General Fund. The reason we do that, this is where all your operational things will take place, your unrestricted general fund. And so when people talk about the different pots of money, your unrestricted general fund is really what you have most discretion with. It's also what you use for operating costs. Most of your salaries will be here. Things that you need to operate, right? Your utilities, your basic instructional, all of your base requirements you will find in that unrestricted general fund. Your restricted general fund, this is where all of the grants, all your categorical programs, the monies that we refer to as monies with strings attached. So you have to meet certain requirements or you have to be in compliance to receive those funds. And so as a district, yes, we take a look at that because that gives us a lot of opportunities to get things done. But the reality is for something like Title I, unless you're using it specifically for Title I purposes, you wouldn't get to keep the money. So there, you can't use that money for other things that don't meet the criteria of those grants, categorical programs, and so forth.
So then what happens to it then?
So you would have to give it back to the agency, in this case, like the federal. Yes. Or if you spend it inappropriately. So there's lots of audits that take place. And so if you state that the money is spent and the auditors come in and they say, no, this money was not spent appropriately, then you have to get that money from your general fund to give it back. Cash. Cash is really important because we need cash, right, to meet our obligations, whether it's payroll, payments to vendors, and so forth. And so we want to make sure that we're projecting your cash flow for current year and out years to ensure that you don't need to loan or to move money between funds. Multi-year projections, that to me is probably the highlight, and if there's an area that you're going to focus on your interim report, it would be the multi-year projections, because it gives you that glance as what is happening today, but also what is happening in the next 2 years. And that's really important, that anything that we decide, things that are ongoing, you know, you always say you can spend $1 today, but in the multi-year projections, that $1 is actually a $3 impact. And so you want to make sure that you know what the effects are of your expenditures and your revenues. And then criterion standards is also a good document for you to read. That's only about 20-25 pages, and it goes through questions stating, you know, as a district, are you declining in enrollment? What does your attendance look like? What is the percentage? Are you deficit spending? Do you have controls in place? Are you separate from the county system? Do you have new leadership in place, in particular your superintendent and your CBO? Those are the questions that they ask, because these are questions that are tied to fiscal risk analysis indicators. And so the more you answer to yes, there's a lot of turnover, or yes, I'm spending a lot of money, or yes, I'm using a lot of carryover, or yes, I'm declining, attendance percentage is decreasing. Those are all indicators of a district that could be going into fiscal distress. And so criterion standards, multi-year projections are just good, about 30 pages that you could focus on. And then certification is important, because that's where we will certify what our condition is. In our case, we will have a positive certification stating that we are able to meet our fiscal obligations for current year and 2 subsequent years. The only other area that I want to cover before I turn it over to Jessica, that will walk you through the rest of the financial information, is I talked about the things we can't control, the things that happen at the state level, the COLA, when, you know, economic downturns occur and so forth. One of the things that we can control, and is sort of a local assumption, are our enrollment projections. We do enrollment projections in-house, and so one of the things coming into a new district is I want to make sure that the budget that is built on accurate assumptions. And so for me, it's taking that budget document and going line by line. The reason I want to focus on enrollment and attendance is that most of your operational budget, those LCFF, or local control funding formula revenues, are tied directly to your attendance. So this is an area that we want to make sure that we monitor, that we look at trends. You know, for me, I'm all about history, and so what you will see here on this slide is 11 years worth of enrollment history. And so again, it's looking at current year and your subsequent years, but also looking at your history. So a couple of interesting things when you look at this snapshot of 11 years going back to 12-13 is that even though you see that it's a decline, right? You can't argue that we aren't a declining enrollment district. When you look at the average decline, it's actually pretty close to being a 1.1% in each year. That's what the average is across the board, and except for 2 years, where one was a high of a decline of 1.71%, and then there was 1 year that had a decline of only 0.82%. Your consistent decline has been 1.1% year over year. So as we're making projections in the out years, I feel pretty good that the projected decline is about 350, which is exactly a 1.1% decline. Now, just with anything, right, we know that at home our budget situation can change. And so again, this is why we stress about monitoring, looking at attendance, understanding the rates, understanding if trends happen, if there's a change. And so if there's a change, which we hope that, hopefully our decline doesn't continue to be at that 1.1%, we want it lower, we will adjust that. And we will adjust that for the out years. But for now, I think we are comfortable with the projected enrollment that we have in the out years. In correlation to that, if you have less students, then you're going to have your ADA or your average daily attendance also decline. And so when we're looking at ADA projections, again, looking at this 11-year average, we average about a 94.35% attendance rate for all 11 years. It's pretty close to the average. A couple of good things. I know that a couple of board meetings, or it might have been the last board meeting, there was a contract approved for attention to attendance, which is an attendance initiative program. So that is, again, something that we'll be closely monitoring in our department, and hopefully we see those percentage increases in regards to attendance, and then we will be able to adjust those percentages in the out years once we have the data that shows, yes, in fact, our averages are changing. Are there, one last piece that I want to bring your attention to, and I apologize because it's hard to see. I don't have my glasses, so I really can't see. But for 21-22, which is that second to last year, you can see that the average daily attendance is projected to be 29,795. The reason that that is key is that as a school district that is currently over 30,000 in ADA, our required reserve that's mandated by the state is 2% of your general fund. However, once the district falls below the 30%, that required reserve will increase from a 2% to a 3%, which is about $4.5 million difference for Moreno Valley Unified School District. And so when you look at our multi-year projections, you will see that in that third year, you will see the reserve for economic reserve go from about 9.5 or 9.8 million to over 13 million. Again, if we don't hit the 30,000 in 21-22 and we can delay reaching that mark, we will make the adjustments, but it's just a matter of monitoring our data as we continue to move forward. Any questions on enrollment or attendance?
Yeah, there's some new housing, new apartments being built somewhere. So
Yeah.
are those being considered in the calculations here? Because the one thing is the decline, everything else staying the same, but with this new construction, you're gonna have more children coming.
Yes.
Or potentially some children coming.
Right.
So is that?
That is a part of it. So throughout, we, especially with a lot of the developments in the CFDs and being able to incorporate that, one of the things that is going to be a focus of the department is a greater collaboration between fiscal services and facilities, so that we can make sure that all that information is captured. But based on the history and based on what they have projected, the projections have been pretty accurate. And because we're in constant discussion with the developers and are aware of things, the other piece is keeping up with birth rates, you know, looking at the impact of charter schools and so forth. So that's one of the items we look at, but we just are constantly looking at data. And you know, my biggest thing is I would hope that I do have a higher enrollment in the out years, right? Because that would just be better news for us.
Well, Susanna, this year's enrollment was higher than, yeah, so you could use.
Yes. So that I know you were probably going to talk about it because it was that was a change in the revenues. But for this year, because there was going to be a new charter school, there was an additional projection of additional 250. So I believe the decline was over 500. Where in reality, the decline was only that 350 range that it had been each of the previous years. And so that adjustment was made for current year. So that is just one of the factors where, as things happen, as soon as we find out information, I'm a firm believer and you update things as soon as you're aware. You don't wait for first interim, don't wait for second interim, just do it as soon as we have the information. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Director in Business Services, Jessica, who will walk you through the rest of the presentation and go through detailed assumptions and multi-year projections.
Thank you. Okay, so the major assumptions. So Susanna shared with you the multi-year projection, and when we're developing our multi-year projection or making an update to it, we take data that's given to us by school services or by RCOE or different agencies to try to come up with the projected amounts for current year and the amounts for current year and projected amounts for the out years. So for this year right now for first interim, our COLA is at 3.26. You can see for the out years on our COLA, we have 3% and we have 2.8, but you see there's an asterisk there. And that asterisk is to highlight that the LAO is projecting a reduced COLA for 2021 to 1.79% and 21-22 to 1.2%. I put that in there for you so that you know that that is a projection, but it's still not a firm projection, right? So we're not going to change all the data, but I did want to give you a heads up that that is what's being discussed right now, okay? Also, the unduplicated pupil count, the rolling average for current year, 83.86. And as you can see, it stays very similar in the out years as well. Our enrollment, as discussed by Susanna, right now we're at 32,304. We're projecting out to decline about 350 a year for the next 2 years. ADA, same thing, 3495, and projected to decrease out to the 29,000 for 21-22. And as shared earlier, our ADA percentage right now is 94.4, and it carries a pretty steady average in the out years as well if the assumptions all pan out to be the same. So for the step-in column average, if you know, we usually put about 1.5% for step-in column, but with Susanna here now, we are looking at data and truing up and putting the 2 units together, or actually 3 units, which is management, classified, certificated, and really looking at what is the true average, not the estimated average of the step-in column, right? So when we look at what our step-in columns are going to be for the out years with our system, the average we're getting back is 1.25. So now we're putting in 1.25 instead of the 1.5 that you're typically seeing in the system when we present. And what that cost is in 2021 is about $1,961,000. You look at 21-22, it decreases slightly to 1.917. Did you have a question?
No, I was just looking at the
Oh, okay. And then we don't receive any one-time dollars for current year, and we aren't projecting that we're going to receive any one-time dollars in the out years. Now the STRS contribution this year for the employer is 17.1%, projected 18.4%, and then in 21-22 it's actually 18.1%, which is going to allow us to have a slight savings there, which is what you see below in the red. On the PERS side, Current year, 20.733, but I note that there's actually an adjustment that was posted on November 25th, which was right in the midst of finalizing our interim. So we will be adjusting that after when we get back from break. We're going to be adjusting the system to reflect the new rate. But the November 25th date is what we got, and that was once we were done finalizing information. The cost to the district for the increase to PERS for next year, the rate goes up 22.7, that's going to be about $287,000, and then it goes 24.6, which is $282,000 approximately. For current year, though, we did make an adjustment, which was the salary increase for all units. We had a 3% increase effective July 1st, so that was something I had to adjust in the multi-year projection. It's a current year expenditure, but it affects the out year expenditures. And it's not going to be in, you'll notice in 21 and then 21, 22, it's blank, and that's because we're not consistently accounting for an increase. It's just leave it as that with step and column, right? Yeah. And then the off schedule for the one time for all units, which was 2% as well. So now the local control funding formula dollars. So last year for 18-19, we received $342 million. We had a base increase of $6.2 million. Now that increase, that's attributed to the students that Susanna had referred to from the charter. Right, so when we had developed the budget, we had assumed we were going to have less students because when the charter did their application, they had stated they were going to take about 225 Moreno Valley students. So we had to consider that would impact our dollars that we were going to receive from the state. And so when we did that, we were receiving less dollars when we presented to you for budget. Well, now that our students have shown up, we've made the adjustments, and so you're going to see the base increase dollars get increased there. So for total projected 19-20, it's $351 million, $237,591 for the 19-20 school year. Now this right here, this is the multi-year projection just for the unrestricted side of the funds. So those were the ones where Susanna had explained these were your dollars that were used more for operational. These were this is where most of our salaries take place. So this right here, if to just explain it in summary, the revenue piece for 19-20 and each year out, that's what we as the district for 19-20 have said. Okay, here's what we know we're receiving in dollars. Everything. This is what we're going to get on the unrestricted side. Okay, so for right now, 19-20, what we're expecting is $431 million and some change, okay? What we're saying, though, is right below that is here's our expenditures. So here's what we've done for the year so far and what we're projecting for the rest of the school year to spend, right? And so that's what we've done for 2021, 2022. We've said, okay, how much are we receiving in our revenues? How much do we plan on spending? And we have to take into many factors into consideration, you know, how many students are we going to have, right? That contributes to the amount of revenue we think we're going to be receiving each year, okay? The salary, where I showed you how we had the increase in just this year for the 3% and the 2%, how is it going to affect the out years with that step and column? Okay, so that's what these numbers are telling you. And then there's a net increase or decrease. And right here you can see that we are having a decrease of, or actually, there's a deficit there of $41 million. And in 2021, $20 million. And in 21-22, $19 million for that portion there. We do have our ending fund balances to assist us covering those differences though. And so when you look at our components of the ending fund balance there, you will see that we have some assigned dollars, and the reserve for economic uncertainty is one of them that I'll call out to you because that's the 2% for this year and next year. But in 21-22, you'll see, as Susanna mentioned, it jumps up about $4 million to the 13.8, and that again is a 3%. This year we have in our reserves, we have an assigned contingency for declining enrollment $5 million, but in the out years we do not have that in there. We have our vacation payable, which is a liability that if all employees were to be paid out vacation, we'd pay them. And I think we've discussed that in prior board meetings. And we assume that that's going to be the same amount of dollars each year because we're not sure what the employees are going to use, right? So we just carry that forward until we true up at the end of this year and we make an adjustment to that for you. And then we have our technology lease and textbooks. Again, those are reserves should we need to make any changes or replacements. And then there's another line called out for reserve for deficit spending for projected year. So we know that next year in 2021, we're going to have a deficit of about $13 million. So we say, okay, we're setting money aside this year to get us to the next year. And we do the same thing for in this next line of the $27 million to carry us for out years. So we're planning to cover for those deficits with our reserves. And we carry that all the way through to 21-22. So what we're saying is, should we be short, here's what we're putting aside to cover any of those shortages for the district. On the restricted side, this is the one that Susanna explained to you. These are the dollars where there's a little bit more strings attached to it. You can see it's a lot smaller than the prior one. This pot's a lot less. The revenues on this one stay pretty steady. It's right now we're saying we're going to receive about $71 million and we're going to receive the same amount in the out years. For expenditures, we're saying we're going to spend $137 million and in the out years we're going to spend a little bit less. Now you will see that there's a ending fund balance of $5 million, and because this program, these dollars are a little bit more restricted, we carry the same sense because we have to temperature check as we're going throughout the year. We're not sure how these programs are going to be spending their dollars in those out years, so we carry it forward. And we keep adjusting through each interim accordingly. This right here is just the combined picture. So I've dissected unrestricted for you and restricted, and we've combined them both for you.
Can you go back to the previous slide, please?
Yes.
Help me understand this. It's not making sense to me. You have a net beginning balance of 14 million, and then a decrease of 65 million, and you end up with 5. In the first column, you see that?
That's a contribution. It's a contribution that covers that area right there from the general fund.
So is that reflected on the other?
It's not going to be in this summary. It's going to be in our SACS forms under our contributions, which, let me see.
So it's not reflected on the unrestricted page?
No, we didn't put the contributions on the unrestricted page summary for you. But it will be in the SACS forms here in the attachment that was given to you.
But that could have a big impact on this.
You're right. And we can add that on the next go around for you to put the summary with that piece in there.
So the numbers are reflective and they match the SACS forms, but the line is not called out specifically in the PowerPoint presentation.
Right.
Okay.
So the balances, the beginning balance or ending fund balance, they will tie back to the SACS forms. But in the actual PowerPoint presentation, it was very consolidated into just revenues and expenditures. Okay. So we probably need to include a little bit more information so that you can walk through and do the addition and subtraction right on the PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you.
You're right, because when I looked at it, it threw me off too right now. I'm like, wait, did we leave something out? You're right. It would be easier to walk you through this as well with it, so thank you. Okay, so this right here, this is a snapshot of everything combined, both unrestricted and restricted. And then this last slide right here, this is our other fund slide. So Susanna shared with you that it's known as Fund 1 or General Fund and unrestricted and restricted. And then we have other funds, right? So the district has the Charter School Fund, Adult Ed, Fund 12, which is Child Development's our preschool Head Start funds. Our nutrition fund, which is 13. So we've listed all our funds there for you so that you can see all the funds that go into the operations of our school district. And there's their beginning balances for current year, what we're estimating their revenues are going to be. Same thing, what are their expenditures going to be and how we expect them to all end. You will see that in Fund 12, there is a small asterisk there, and that's because there was a small dollar amount of interest that was received for Fund 12, and we transferred it to the general fund because that wasn't something that Fund 12 was going to be keeping. So you'll see that the Fund 9, Fund 11, and 12 typically end with zero balances. Does anybody have any questions on any of these slides?
Any questions?
I move that we approve the first interim financial report as presented.
I'm sorry, I did.
No.
I was looking at the slides. I don't have any questions on the slides, but I did dive into the interim report, and I had a couple questions. When we're looking at, and it's real quickly, unrestricted funds on the complete breakdown, I'm looking at travel and conferences and dues and memberships. It looks like we're projecting a lot higher expenditures than what were initially put forward in the approved budget. So the approved budget was $1,029,000 for travel and conferences, and we are estimating that we're going to spend $1.3 million, which is that we're over budget, or we're going to be spending more than what we had originally approved of over $300,000 when you also consider the restricted. But with just the unrestricted, it's $284,405. So I just wanted to make note that we are spending quite a bit of money on travel and conferences. And then looking at dues and memberships, we're going to be over 47,000. Is that correct on the unrestricted? And is there a reason why why we projected that, or is there something that that's a considerable amount of money, so I'm just trying to figure out what changed.
So when sites and departments are building their budgets, they'll build their budgets for what they think they're going to do for that year, and they move money within their pots. And if they think, okay, I'm going to do this conference, then they'll go ahead and move money into that pot, and they do something what's called encumbered, which is where they're saying they plan on spending it, right? So in this pot, what you're seeing is that's the impact of the actual expenses that have occurred, or the encumbrances, which are those dollars that they're earmarking and planning to spend, which we will account for those as well.
And why weren't those identified when the budget was brought forward to the board? And I don't know. I'm just trying to get a better understanding of why we're over $300,000 on travel and conferences.
So, and you're exactly right when you look at those figures. So one of the things that First Interim does is that this is because it's the first time we're updating the adopted budget, there's carryover. And so at the end of the school year, if school sites have carryover, which we allow for school sites to keep their carryover, they didn't know how much they had in carryover at the time they submitted their budgets back in the spring. And so now that the year has closed and they said you've got X amount of carryover, most of the time, because that carryover you would never want to use for ongoing expenses, so you wouldn't use that for salaries, and so your most common expenses for carryover is stuff, supplies, conferences, things that are one-time in nature. And so you will see a lot of the budgets increase, not just travel and conference, not just memberships, but I believe it was about $7 million we had in carryover at the end of the year. So if you go back to that September presentation when the books were closed, that we showed how much money, what the difference was, and it broke down what the carryover amounts were. Now we've asked the school sites, tell us how you're going to spend your carryover, and they're adjusting their budgets to reflect that.
So this is school site money then?
It would be a combination of, as a department, I could say, there's this big initiative I want to work on, and so if I've got money in my supplies and I don't think I need money in supplies, departments can move their monies within their different categories. And so if there's a need for conferences that year, then you would move it there. So one of the things that we monitor is your budget as a whole. We will allocate the money to you. We will not tell you how to spend it. It's up to the school site principals, it's up to the department directors to determine how the monies are spent. And so as long as they don't go over the allocation, there won't be a question as to, well, why are you moving money from this account to that account?
So their funds are not, there's no restrictions on how they're spending that money. They can decide to spend the money on travel and conferences as opposed to playground balls and basketball nets and things for the kids.
When they,
So discretionary funds, they have a little bit more discretion, but all of the travel goes through approvals as well. And so it's not just choosing, you know, I always ask for a conference in Hawaii, and there never are conferences in Hawaii, right? And so you want to make sure that when you're looking for the conferences that it still meets through, and it goes through the approvals. School sites will go through Ed Services to make sure that, you know, they look at what the intent is of the conferences. So they're free to spend their money, but not, I mean, they still would have to make sure they meet specific purposes.
Susanna,
not just
every
spend it.
school has a single plan for student achievement and has a school site council that approves those budgets. So then when you say, Mr. Peden, they're not buying balls and this and that, well, with Title I, you're not going to be buying balls and this and that, because Title I was meant to improve student achievement, and one of the chief tenets in Title I is professional development. So that's a key piece of that. Title II is the same way, and Title IV is the same way. They're not meant for everyday expenses. So schools spend. That's what you. I mean, there's a fund for that. What is that called?
Fund 6.
Yeah, Fund 6.
Okay, well, I'd like to have a little bit more understanding. I mean, maybe we can have broader discussion about, I mean, when I look at the budget and the board is passing a budget that is allocating X amount of dollars to travel and conferences, and then we're going over $300,000, I'd like to understand how we're going over and in terms of that projection.
Can you explain to me what is he looking at? Because is that in this report?
Page 11.
It's looking at the details. So he's looking at, for example, this is the unrestricted, so it's the discretionary.
That's in the 181 pages.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I'm looking at this and I don't see it.
No, this is on page 11 of the full
Susanna,
SACS document.
how could we be going over in that if that's what they're budgeting?
A lot of it will be carryover. So if you know,
so we're not going over.
For school sites, we allow them to carry over up to 20% of their discretionary funds, 15% of their Title I, and a lot of them will carry over that percentage. And that money is not budgeted in the spring because we don't know how much money it's going to be. And it's now at first interim, they will budget those funds. And so you will see a lot of categories go over because they're budgeting for their carryover.
But if I understand you correctly, this doesn't mean that they're going to be spending $300,000 more on conferences. That may not be what they're actually going to do, because I can see if the budget, and it looks like last year we spent, say, $1 million total, and this coming year we're spending $1.3 million, which makes sense if there's some new trainings or textbook adoption on that. So I think that's Mr. Peden. I understand what his point is. It just looks, when you look at this, you're saying, whoa, are we going to be traveling? Because I know the most important thing is, we know for student achievement, is having our teachers in the classroom and our principals on site as much as possible. And I know Dr. KEDZIORA has been looking at that and prioritizing, what's important to keep them there. But there are trainings that cost money, so. I think probably as we work through this, more information about some of the, things that we are participating, expect people to go to.
And when you look at Object Code 5200, I know it says travel and conference. A sub-account of that would be mileage. So the mileage that we pay for a lot of our departments, we have a lot of employees that travel between school sites. Technology is one of the departments that I oversee, and so every month I'm signing off on mileage reimbursements for the employees as they're going from school site to school site. So those are all part of natural costs that would be a subcategory of that 5200. So it's not a conference for every dollar that's accounted there.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
And thank you. We have 5 minutes left, so.
To do what?
We're supposed to adjourn at 11. That's what I'm trying to think. Okay, we're.
Got some more items on the agenda.
Yeah. Is there any more questions on the budget, since this was just the first reading?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Yeah, do I have a motion to approve the first interim financial report?
I move we approve the first interim as presented.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Mr.
Sorry.
Peden?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye, sorry. Okay, we are now 3 minutes till 11 o'clock, so is there a
Dr.
motion
Locke.
to have another extension?
Dr.
Or-
Locke, I'd like to ask the superintendent, how much more time do we need to finish the business that we have pending?
Well, that depends, Mr. We don't have that much more on there. There's just, really, it's, you know, it can take 5 minutes if y'all.
5 minutes?
If y'all work with us.
So, do we need another, extended for another half an hour?
Well, you could, and then you'd be done probably in time.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion. I'm gonna make a motion that we suspend the rule that dictates that we can only extend the meeting one time, because there is a rule in the policy, there's a policy that says we can only extend the meeting one time. But for this evening, we suspend the rule and extend the meeting another half an hour until 11:30 to complete the business at hand. But with the understanding that the members' comments be short, to make it as short as possible, not necessarily all the way to 11:30.
And Mr. Holguin, I forgot, y'all have that community facilities district piece that you have to do after this is complete.
Right.
So, so 11:30
Can
would
we
be good.
postpone the community facilities piece until next time?
No, we can't.
I don't think we can. I think we're supposed to do it at this meeting. It's an organizational meeting, and it's part of it. And we,
There's three
yeah,
additional.
there's 3.
So we may have to eliminate the comments from the board members to be able to finish the business of the regular meeting and the other 3 organizations meetings that have to take place. So that's my motion.
Do I have a second to the motion? No second to the motion?
Your motion is to suspend the board
Suspend-
comments and
No.
suspend the
Let me
motion.
say it again. My motion is to suspend the rule that says that we can only extend the meeting one time, which we already did, so that we can extend the meeting for another 30 minutes with the understanding that we're going to reduce or eliminate the board comments to be able to finish the business, the regular meeting, and the 3 other organizational meetings that we need to complete.
Comments at the end.
Comments at the, comments from the board members at the end of the meeting like we normally do. So reduce them or eliminate them completely.
Okay, do I have a second to that motion? No second to the motion?
So if there's no second, we can go home now? Because it's 11
It's
o'clock.
11 o'clock? So,
I think it's critical that we've completed the business. We need to finish, and we need 30 more minutes so that staff can complete their reports and bring forward the information that we need to have.
And for me, this is a bigger issue that we basically got our meeting started at 9 o'clock. And now it's 11 o'clock and we are nowhere near close to ending our business.
Well, the superintendent just said that he only needs a few more minutes to finish the
Well,
business.
I mean, but it's also, the superintendent has a few more minutes to carry out his business, but if we want to have some discussion about some of these items, which we, if there is some discussion, then that should be respected and we should be taking that into consideration as well. I mean, I don't think it's fair that we rush through these agenda items when there may be some board members. So I'm just, my point is that I have no problem extending this, but I don't want to create this precedent where we are.
Mr. Peter, let me
just finish real quick.
Okay.
I don't want to create this precedent
Okay.
where we are having meetings until 12 o'clock every single board meeting because, I mean, we started this board meeting at 9 o'clock, so that's the trouble I'm having.
Mr. Peter, let me remind you that we had change of officers this evening. So it's the first time that Dr. Locke is handling the president's position, and for the first time, it's not easy to conduct the business of the board. She has done an excellent job, but for the first time, it's always feels a little bit slower. This meeting historically has been longer than any other board meetings. This meeting in December, because of the change of officers, is normal. So I don't think that if we extend the meeting this evening, we are creating a a precedent on having extended meetings every single time. I'm sure that next time the meeting will be much faster, not necessarily going this
Okay.
late.
I hope I'm proper in saying this, but I agree with Mr. Peden. And I think it's probably bigger than just that, not just because I'm new tonight. We did have a lot of things on the agenda,
Yes.
but one of the things, you know, I know Dr. KEDZIORA sent out is the idea to look at, you know, have a discussion meeting in a future agenda item where we can actually talk about our meetings, what time we're starting, you know, how much time for recognitions and that, so we can get to the business of the board before 9 o'clock. You know, so this doesn't happen, because I think we just have a lot of things, and we can get together, and by putting, agendizing it and calling a special board meeting, you know, then we can actually, you know, without breaking the Brown Act, we can actually discuss these topics that I think are a concern to, you know, some of the board members.
And again,
But tonight, we got to take care of, are we going to make a motion tonight with the idea of the future, we will, you know, look at another meeting to look at the meetings, but tonight, are we willing to stay till 11:30?
I already made the motion.
You made a motion. Do I have a second?
And once again, I like to stress, the meeting in December historically has been the longest meeting of the year because of the amount of items, including the interim report, which, you know, it needs a presentation, needs time. So this is not the case every single time.
Again,
This
do I
is
have a
different.
motion to extend the meeting to 11:30?
I made the motion already.
You have a motion, so thank you. If you have a motion, so do I have a second? Okay, then I guess we, from my being, we adjourn? Meeting's adjourned. Meeting adjourned at 11:03.
We didn't even approve the interim report. It needs to be approved.
No, we did.
We did?
Mr. Hogan and Ms. Smith.
Oh, that's right, okay.
Okay.
Well, don't we have to do like some of these things, or we're in violation?
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to be in violation if we don't conduct this business.
I mean, it's like,
If we're gonna be in violation, we'll just call another meeting within the time frame and do it.
Okay, so, you know, my knowledge is I did not get a second to the motion to extend the meeting, so therefore, the meeting's over at 11 o'clock, as we stated elsewise. Then we'll have to re-strategize and look at calling another meeting. Meeting adjourned.